Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the September 24th, 2025 City Council meeting. And I'll ask everyone who is able to please rise for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, you can be seated. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today by teleconference to address City Council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To withdraw delegation D25-184, Megan Robinson, and add the registered list of delegations and communication CP25-146, Megan Robinson. Councillor Zakiniak and seconder, Councillor Siklees. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of September 5th, September 9th, September 10th, and September 16th, 2025 City Council meetings? Councillor Fro and seconder, Councillor Zakiniak. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. The following items are deemed to be automatically removed from the consent agenda as delegations have registered to speak on these items. That would be item CR25-114, Transit Fleet Options, and CR25-115, Lead Service Connection Management. Therefore, the consent agenda for this meeting would include the following item. It would be item CR25-116, Winter Road Maintenance Update. I will ask if any member wishes to remove this item from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Okay. Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councillor Siklees and a seconder. Councillor Radens. Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay, well, we move on to public notice reports, and I'd like to call upon delegation DE25-179, Jason Wall. Afternoon. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Hi, my name is Jason Wall from Fusion Development Solutions, and I'm from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And I'm just representing the owners of 2166 and 2170 Halifax Street. And what we're trying to do is rezone that from RL to ML and put one, they own the other two properties. We're just trying to make a city block there. And that's basically what we're at. Just a recap of the committee meeting.
Okay, very good. I'll check and see if any of my colleagues have any further clarifying questions for you on this development. Seeing none, I think everything must be clear at the committee meeting level. So thanks for coming today, and you can return to the gallery.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we will now consider items CR 25-112 zoning bylaw amendment 2166 and 2170 Halifax Street, and I will ask Councillor Siklees to please introduce the report.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The recommendation for this CR 25-112 is to approve the application to amend the Regina zoning bylaw by rezoning the property from RL, which is residential low-rise zone, to ML, mixed low-rise zone, and amend the zoning map accordingly. And number two, to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaws to give effect to the recommendations to be brought forward following approval of the recommendations and the required public notice.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Rasevich, and a seconder. Councillor Radens. Councillor Rasevich, do you have anything to speak to on the report? Nope. Okay. Any questions from any other members of council? Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Perhaps I should have asked the delegate this, but in terms of the variety of low-intensity commercial uses, does administration have more details in relation to what's proposed for the property?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the intention is to develop a mixed-use development with medical offices similar to some of those in the surrounding area.
Great, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Councillor Rasevich, would you like to close debate? Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Okay, at the call of the chair, we're going to move to transit fleet options on the agenda. So we'll go to delegations for CR 25-114. So I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-192, Florence Stratton. Okay, Miss Stratton. Once you're settled there, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you can respond to any questions council members have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Florence Stratton. I'm speaking on behalf of Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition. This is insane. We have all just lived through a summer of climate-fueled disasters with wildfires raging across the country and many smoke-filled days and nights right here in Regina. And now the city of Regina is considering backtracking on its policy of purchasing electric buses to replace aging diesel buses. I'm shocked and dismayed and frankly disappointed that such a proposal is even being considered. The reason the city gives for this reversal of policy is that the federal zero emissions transit fund is no longer available, and that as a result, electric buses will now cost the city more than diesel buses. Interestingly, the city makes a different claim on its Renewable Regina webpage. Quote, in 2023, the city began transitioning to electric zero-emission buses for the Regina transit system, in line with the Regina Transit Master Plan. The city anticipates that purchasing the 20 electric buses will result in annual savings of $440,000. Those 20 buses are estimated to save more than $7.4 million throughout their life expectancy of 17 years and to reduce GHG emissions by 13,000 tons. Is the information on this city webpage outdated? In any case, whether electric buses cost more or less than diesel buses, there are other kinds of costs to consider, especially the many costs of climate change. For example, what about the costs of extreme weather events, such as the rainstorm Regina experienced on September 12th and 13th, with flooded basements and underpasses and roadways? And what about the costs of prolonged drought on the prairies? There are also the costs to human health of the smoke from forest fires through the inhalation of fine particles that are harmful to respiratory and cardiovascular systems. How many of us have already been damaged? In addition, there are the costs to mental health, increased anxiety and mental health issues characterized by feelings of fear, guilt, and helplessness regarding the impacts of climate change on the environment and future generations. These costs are far greater, even in just dollar terms, than a possible increase in the cost of electric buses. Please do not abandon the policy of purchasing electric buses. Regina is already falling behind on reaching the goal of net zero emissions by 2050, as set out in its Energy and Sustainability Framework adopted in 2022, a policy that is designed to reduce the city's emissions by 52% by 2030 and fully net zero by 2050. Again, I will say, please do not abandon the policy of purchasing electric buses. I will close by noting that public transit is itself part of the answer to the problem of climate change. Facts. Transit cuts carbon emissions. One busload of passengers takes the equivalent of 40 vehicles off the road, reducing emissions by more than 15,000 tons a year. The challenge then is to grow transit by improving transit service. So how about funding transit sufficiently in the 2026 budget to allow for service on all routes at 15-minute intervals from the first bus to 9 p.m. That would get more people out of their vehicles and onto the bus. It would also be wonderful if Mayor Baczynski and all the councillors would take up the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition challenge to rely exclusively on Regina Transit to get around Regina for, and here I have to make a correction from my written submission, it's 24, not 48-hour period in October. In so doing, they would set an example for the rest of us. In the meantime, Mayor Baczynski and Regina City Councilors, please do not abandon the policy of purchasing electric buses. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll see if my colleagues have any questions for you today. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Stratton. You can return to the gallery. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D25-193, Matt Pointer. Oh, virtual. Matt, we'll check in with Matt in 1 second. Mr. Pointer, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay, perfect. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which town or city you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of City Council may have for you. You can go ahead when you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Matt Pointer. I'm with the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association. We are a nonprofit organization based in the Regina area that has been advocating for electrification of transport for several years. Since 2017, we've been offering education and public information seminars to the general public, as well as putting on large public vehicle events. Previously, our group worked with the city consultants on the Sustainable City Framework for nearly 2 years. It's been very disheartening for us to advocate for a second time on something we felt was a no-brainer for the city of Regina to follow through on, that being electric buses in the transit fleet. We are in tough times, I get it. Budgets are tight. The initial upfront costs with an electric vehicle can be very scary to those unfamiliar with them, but these vehicles are much cheaper to operate in the long term. We should maintain a long-term vision for sustainable transportation within our city. Transportation can truly make or break a city. Despite these challenges, many other major centres across Western Canada continue to make investments in their transit systems, such as the City of Calgary, who recently purchased 120 electric buses from Nova Bus. Fleets across North America are electrifying for many different reasons. The climate benefits of an electric bus have long since been established. However, something else we should address is the local air pollution that many thousands of people who work and live downtown are exposed to on a daily basis in our city. If you spend much time on 11th Avenue, you'll notice a haze from the transit buses who frequent that area. What most people don't realize is how terrible that haze is for human health. The exhaust from a diesel bus contains something called particulate matter 2.5 or PM 2.5. This particulate matter is carcinogenic. It is small enough to be inhaled into the lungs where it will remain forever. These types of pollution have a considerable and measurable impact on public health. And as a city who wants to promote downtown vitality and a positive, healthy atmosphere, surely a fleet of diesel buses isn't the way to do it. A University of Toronto study found that each electric vehicle on the road was a net benefit to the local healthcare system of at least $10,000. Also, populations that are low income or marginalized often bear the brunt of air pollution from conventional vehicles, making electric vehicle adoption a critical equity issue. It is our recommendation that the City of Regina continue to look for further grants and federal funding opportunities to continue purchasing the electric bus option from Nova Bus. These full electric buses have a strong battery warranty, have only one drive system maintained, and emit nothing during operation, will have the lowest cost per mile over the long term. It is also worth mentioning that the City of Regina gets a reduced rate on electricity from SAS Power versus the residential rates. If no funding can be found for the full electric option, our second recommendation would be to purchase the cheaper diesel hybrid bus model from Nova Bus. These hybrid buses can operate in electric mode at slower speeds in downtown Regina and still have regenerative braking, which reduces maintenance costs, reduces toxic brake dust exposure to the general public, and reduces noise in the busy areas of our city. The full electric buses, which the city already has ordered and will be coming to the fleet shortly, should be prioritized to the downtown area, with the hybrid buses being utilized in the longer distance, higher speed routes of the city. Our group will not endorse the refurbishment of the current fleet of diesel transit buses. Spending millions of dollars to repair the diesel fleet back to an operational standard and then continuing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars more with ongoing diesel fuel and maintenance each year is a bad investment for taxpayers. We've spoken to people very familiar to these diesel fleets within the industry, and within the city, they figure that we should be spending approximately $50,000 per bus per year in the city of Regina. That being said, diesel buses also have the highest cost per mile of the three various options that we were talking about today. Also, fossil fuel prices are always fluctuating, while electricity is very consistent and regulated. Where are diesel prices going to be in another year? How about 5 years? That being said, if the city does choose to refurbish their existing diesel fleet, they should consider repowering these buses with hybrid drivetrain add-ons through companies such as ZEV Power in Ontario. This will extend the life of the current diesel fleet while offering many of the great benefits I'm discussing today. Thank you for the opportunity to address Regina City Council. I'm now available to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pointer. Let's see if any of my colleagues have any questions from your presentation. Councillor Furrow, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation today and for your advocacy. Matt, you and I have corresponded a little bit. One question I wanted to ask you, and it's fine if you haven't, but have you had an opportunity to look at administration's presentation, in particular Appendix D, and why that's important, and where my question is going with this is, part of their calculations on operation and maintenance as well as capital include some assumptions, and I'm wondering if you have a perspective on those assumptions, given your expertise in this area. I certainly don't have that expertise.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have Appendix D in front of me in order to speak to that specifically. Is there a quick summarization you could offer, possibly?
I think in the interest of time, I'll connect with you offline. But
okay.
In the event that you had, I know you have some. I know you had some opinions on that previously, so that's all I have. Thanks very much, Matt.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can sign off there, Mr. Pointer.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-114, transit fleet options. I will ask Councillor Rasevich to please introduce the report.
I guess executive committee recommends the city council direct administration to purchase and consider refurbishing diesel buses until the end of 2030, at which time administration will return to council with an update and proposed next step for transit fleet replacements, and to approve this recommendation at its August 27th, 2025 meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Zakidniak, and a seconder, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakidniak, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, I actually have an alternate motion to move, and so I guess we'll have to see if Councillor Mancinelli still wishes to second. But I think the clerks have it ready to put on the screen. And so while that's coming up there, just for some background information, I had asked to table this report at our last meeting because I wanted to do some more work on exploring options to close the funding deficit that we have in our transit fleet reserve. And so I was in Ottawa last week for, I represent, I'm on the Canadian Urban Transit Association and also on the Green Municipal Fund Council. So I had lots of conversations with folks and advocated with CUDA, meeting with MPs, advocating for more transit funding, and also explored non-governmental funding options for transit, for our transit fleet. I unfortunately didn't come back with buckets of money, but what I do have is some promising leads, some understanding of some potential upcoming federal funding options, and some non-governmental options to continue to explore. So recognizing the funding gap that currently exists and the financial crunch that we're in, budgets approaching, we've heard about the potential budget increase that we're facing. This is why I'm proposing that for now, we pursue purchasing hybrid buses, which I see as a compromise position, keeping in mind the affordability crunch that we're in and also our commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And so this is the option that can meet both needs. And the point two that is contained in my motion was actually in the report, the initial report as a next step. I'm just bolting it in as a recommendation because as new, I'm committed to continuing to look for funding. If there are new funding opportunities or something that would change administration, then they have the ability to come back to us and change their recommendation for any sort of bus type. And so I spoke with administration when preparing this to ensure that they, to respond to any of their questions or concerns. And so I want them to give their feedback in a moment, and also want to note that we currently have 3 hybrid buses in our fleet. They are working well. Administration does not have concerns with hybrid buses. And just to note, I know there's some that are very interested in refurbishing diesel. That is still included in the plans. Administration would like to test that out with a couple of buses next year, see how that goes, and have that option open. So I'm hoping to now take the time to hear from administration so they can respond in terms of their thoughts on this proposed alternate option.
Okay, I'm just going to check with Councillor Mancinelli because this was moved with this context. So I'll check with Councillor Mancinelli if you still want to second this as the main. It would be as the main motion. This would be.
As it stands, I would want to amend the wording to primarily refurbish diesel buses and then consider purchasing hybrid buses until the end of 2030. So I would want to make the major motion to be refurbishment, and then when refurbishment can't be achieved, to purchase a hybrid. And I don't know if that's okay with Shannon or not, so I don't know if I can second that one.
I spoke to administration about that, and what they had said is they would like to start with 2 refurbishments because this is something that we haven't done in quite a long time. And so based on that, and I mean, we can go to administration so they can confirm that, but based on that, I don't think that I can support saying primary refurbishing because first we need to try it and see how it goes.
So I guess I have to achieve what I need to do through debate, so I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I'll look to see, look for a seconder. Councillor Flores, okay. And with that, I'll go back to Councillor Zakidniak to speak to the motion.
Right, so I just wanted to hear from administration to sort of back up what I was saying about the meeting that we had about this motion.
Okay, Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So reading the motion on the screen there, we have no concerns with hybrid buses. We operate them today. As you look through our analysis between diesel, hybrid, and electric buses, the hybrid buses obviously is a bit more capital cost, but significantly lower greenhouse gas emissions than diesel buses. So we have no concerns with the motion. It was a hard decision for us what to put forward. Our decision was primarily driven by the capital shortfall that we have in 2026 and beyond. And this is also a very reasonable option if council decides to choose it.
Thank you. And so I did want to note, draw attention to the charts on page 6, where it talks about the purchase price. I said this is an option that considers the affordability crunch that we're in and also achieves some greenhouse gas emissions. So when we see the purchase price of a hybrid bus at 1.4 million over 1.08 for diesel, but 1.95 for electric. So it's like the middle of the road option. And same thing, we see that with just slightly elevated maintenance costs over a diesel bus. And then when we see about the emissions, diesel bus 81 tons of CO2 emissions per vehicle per year, hybrid is down to 55, which is close to the emissions in the report for electric buses at 51. So this is the option that is affordable, more affordable currently than the electric buses, and also achieves significant greenhouse gas emissions. And as I noted, I'm very committed to continuing to do the work through these organizations and otherwise to see if we can find some additional funding to close this funding gap that we currently have in our transit fleet reserve.
Okay, I'll look to questions from council members. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. My first question is going to be based on the fact that we have to make this decision for Regina, and that should be based on our history of transit purchases, and investments into our transit operation. If I remember correctly, we had a pretty hurting transit system. The buses were pretty decrepit back around 2010, 2008, 2011. We had a maintenance staff problem that we didn't have enough technicians. And I believe that the team at Transit worked really hard to rectify that, and they did a good job. I believe they updated the majority of our fleet somewhere around 2015, 2014. I just wonder if someone can comment on that with actual knowledge.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I will start and then ask Mr. Looning to provide a few more details. But in general, that is accurate. And so, going back 15 years ago, we had some challenges with keeping buses on the road, and we worked with SGI to improve the safety of those buses. And then I'll ask Mr. Looning to give a bit more details of that and how we got to a better spot that we're in today.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, about 15 years ago, we were in a worse position in the amount of buses that we had that needed to be replaced and repaired. But at that time, it was established this transit fleet reserve to try to replenish and reserve and put our fleet back into a good new order here. So right now we're in a good position. But with that, as we've seen of increased costs, we need to make sure that we put money towards it to make sure that we can continue that cycle.
Thank you. As far as it goes for manpower and efficiency in repairing and maintaining compared to those days when we had problems, we've had a pretty large investment in transit. We got top-of-the-line facilities now for maintaining and fixing our buses. Do we not, through the chair?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, we've built a new transit fleet facility, and we have very good facilities and very good staff. We are challenged to recruit staff with the public service salary, but we're working to improve that over the long term.
Appreciate that. So Regina's story is we have a pretty good fleet of buses, and we have a deadly infrastructure for repairing. Refurbishment. Where are buses refurbished? Where does that work go? Is that work that goes to local contractors or Canadian guys, or where does that go?
Go ahead. Through the chair, if the refurbishment option is approved by council, we would put out an RFP, and so we would do that work. Likely would be in Regina, but it wouldn't be limited to, but that would be the plan, is to test the market to see who has the skill set and the availability to refurbish our diesel buses.
Okay, and when we're tracking emissions, how much emissions do you think it takes to cast an engine, cast a transmission, cast all the wheels, all the bearings, all the body parts, and then on top of that have to drive that down the road? So in other words, I'm saying if we buy a new bus, is that an emissions decision as well?
Through the chair, yeah, so when we're looking at the emissions of the buses, we are primarily looking at the operation of those buses. And so obviously the emissions per mile or per kilometer, I would say we have not looked at the creation of the bus and the refurbishment of the bus. It's more of the operating side of it.
Appreciate that. Are there Canadian manufacturers for buses, or do we buy those from external sources out of our country?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Luning to give some perspective on the existing buses that we have or the existing potential contracts.
Yeah, through the chair, the buses that we have are all made in Canada. There's two main bus manufacturers in Canada that are usually the ones that most Canadian cities rely on for their buses.
Appreciate that very much. Looking at my report, it looks like a refurbishment brings on 6 or 7 years. We've renewed our fleet more recent than 15 years. That's when the problem was experienced. So we worked hard to establish that reserve and renew the fleet through that time frame. So we have a fairly new fleet that would be up for prime candidate for refurbishment. For every 2 buses we refurbish, we would save equivalent funds to purchase the diesel without being behind in our reserve. When we refurbish something, we're using what was already built, and that's probably the #1 rule of anything for lowering emissions. Beyond anything else is to use what you have first. When I look at the costing, it allows us to go to that happy hybrid model without pinching the taxpayer because of the saved costs. I'd like to amend the motion on the floor that we first refurbish diesel buses and then consider the purchase of hybrids. Like I've pointed out, that rectifies the costing situation, and it also has a serious environmental impact. And then with the addition of the hybrid being considered for purchase, it further, that's the sustainability side as well. I'm wondering if I could make that motion. Or amendment, I guess would be the right word.
Okay, we'll look to write that up.
So yeah, just to be clear, it's $1 million for a diesel bus. For every 2 diesel buses, or $1,080,000 estimate. For every 2 diesel buses that we refurbish, that would leave us with approximately $1.3 million, a little bit over. And the price of a hybrid bus is $1.4 million. As I've said, we've renewed our fleet quite well over the last while, so we don't have 30-year-old buses being refurbished. They're fairly new buses to be refurbished already. They're not driven out. And we have a great facility for maintaining and fixing because we invested in it. So I'm just trying to look at Regina and use what we have. I'm trying to pay attention to the world as a whole for the emissions and what happens when you make decisions. And I'm looking at the money behind providing transit. I understand through the report that refurbishing is something that's being tried, but once you put your mind to something, I've fixed a lot of vehicles. There's no magic in fixing vehicles. They're nuts and bolts. It's just getting the skill set together and applying it. So I hope that that'll be an accepted amendment.
Is that, does the amendment on the screen fit what you were looking for?
No, it is refurbish diesel buses and consider purchasing hybrid buses. So in other words, I want the primary action to be planning for refurbishment to get the most life out of the diesel buses we have, as we have technology unveil very quickly in the transportation industry in the next 5 years. And then when we can't refurbish, that we have to be forced to have a purchase, that we purchase hybrid. And once again, we're making our own money because we're saving the money on refurbishing, so we have the money to purchase the hybrids.
Okay, we'll just get that written up as an amendment here. Just give us 1 second. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, does that look right now for the amendment that you're proposing?
Yeah, once it's pasted into point 1, I think that should be fine. Refurbish diesel buses and consider purchasing hybrid buses as necessary until the end of 2030. I guess as necessary would be good.
The one at the, yeah.
Yeah, the top
one at the
point.
bottom, right?
Yeah, the one at the bottom, there's the quotation there, and I'd expect the quotation to be inserted into point 1 at the top to take out the first line and a half. Wording's wording. I think the intention's clear. I am not a wordsmith, but I fix a lot of transport machines, and I know what you can fix.
Okay, so first I'll look for a seconder, and then for Councillor Mancinelli's amendment. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Burton? Okay, and then Councillor Zakidniak, did you have a clarification?
No, I think it's a point of order is
Okay.
that I don't see this as an amendment. I think it's like, it's a different motion. Like what I'm proposing and what Councillor Mancinelli is proposing are two very different things. So, I mean, I think obviously that's your ruling, but for me, I don't see it as an amendment.
So in order to have this go up, we would have to vote on what's on the floor right now first, is what you're saying?
Well, I mean, I guess that's up to
So
the
you're
mayor.
saying you don't believe that that's in order?
Right.
With respect to this topic?
As an amendment,
report
right.
altogether?
I think it's a separate motion. That's my position.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay, after looking at this, I think what we're gonna do is, Councilor Mancinelli, I think this is contrary, just because, Councilor Zakiniak brought this forward, not the original recommendation. So what we'll do is we'll debate, Councilor Zakiniak's, motion on the floor. And then if it passes, it passes. If it's defeated, then there would be an opportunity to bring, this or the original recommendation back to the floor.
Just for understanding how to move this through the room, like I've been caught in this before. We'll go through an hour debate. Everyone will forget about my motion. We'll vote on it and it'll go away. Is it within my rights to call a vote on the matter on the floor right now? And if it fails, go on with my amendment?
No. Oh, no, that's not what.
Yeah, if this is defeated, you still get an opportunity to bring this forward. So I think in fairness, I think it would be good for folks to weigh in on the motion on the floor, and then if defeated, then we would, same outcome, but again, just giving the opportunity to, speak to what's on the floor currently.
Properly. I guess I would have to insert, because once I'm done talking right now, I don't get to turn my mic back on, right?
I'll get the clerk to speak to the procedure on that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, yes, Councillor, if this motion, after everyone's had a chance to speak, gets defeated, a new motion would have to get put on the floor, so you would have the opportunity to speak again for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I still have some time left to speak right now, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Go ahead.
Just making sure that I've covered off all the points I wanted to. Yeah, no, I have. We've invested well in transit, both for the buses and the age of our fleet, as well as the necessary buildings and manpower to look after them. I just want to capitalize on that investment. I also note that we have had a great reputation for maintenance above industry spec when we had that recent efficiency review. I don't know if that transfers through to maintenance or just or transit or just fleet, but I know the reputation was earned and mentioned in that review. So knowing that these are the things we've invested in, and looking at the prices of purchasing brand new buses, and looking at the outcomes from putting a new diesel bus on the road for the next 17 years, I'm looking at trying to use what we have as smart as we can use it, for as long as we can use it, and then reinvesting cleaner as we reinvest, because I care about my taxpayers that I represent. I care to make sure people can get to work that don't have cars, because that's the reality nowadays. I care to make sure that we drive cleaner than we did in the past. And actually, I got one more point to make. After working on diesel for the past 35 years of my life, about every 3 years, there's a new emission standard for diesel. And every time you buy a new diesel vehicle right now, it comes with that new emission standard, and it's expensive and hard to keep up to emissions levels and very expensive to fix. It's been everything from particulate filters to DEF fluids, extra additives, and that's not going to change either. So like I said, to try to use what we have without incurring more, I think is a smart way to go in 2025 for Regina. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, a couple questions for administration and perhaps one for Councillor Zakiniak. I think the challenge that we face, quite honestly, as we all know, is there are finite resources. And so that if we're going to spend $1 or $108 million to deliver a civic service, but with an objective of reducing emissions, we better make sure that we're choosing the right initiative. And so I think therein is the challenge. And so I guess my question through the chair to administration is, when we discussed the geothermal, we were told that that's the equivalent of taking 3,200 cars, right, off the road a year, and our capital outlay for that was about $13 million. And here, electric bus takes 30 tons off a year, or 8 cars off the road. And what I mean by that if under this specific amendment, if we're looking at an additional $21 million, and I certainly, like Councillor Zakiniak, believe we should address the climate crisis. My question, though, is that the best way in which we can reduce emissions if we take a spend-based, emission-based, and social good-based perspective, right? So we have several reports that came to us lately that talk about energy efficiency, that talk about the impact of methane in our landfill. So my question through the chair is, if we were to spend $21 million extra with the objective of reducing emissions, as it relates to what we do as a city every day, what would give us the best bang for our buck?
Is that towards Councilor Zakidniak or administration?
I think this one will be for administration.
Okay. Who would like to speak to that?
Through the chair, I will start and ask Ms. Hubble to give us a bit more details. But as mentioned, $21 million is the difference between hybrid and diesel buses, and of course, $108 million is the difference between diesel and electric. And so when we looked at the options, obviously we focused on the capital cost barrier that is there, or it could be there, but there are significant greenhouse gas emission benefits. And I'll ask Ms. Hubble just to give a bit of an overview of our corporate greenhouse gas emission process and how some of those decisions have been made in the past and could be made in the future.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think something to consider with our greenhouse gas emissions targets is that it really does focus on, as Councillor Fro said, what we can, what we do as a city and as a community. Some of the challenges of that is that it is the current greenhouse gas emissions reporting processes that we use and that most municipalities use really do focus on those stationary and operational emissions and not necessarily that full life cycle costing analysis as Councillor Mancinelli was sort of speaking about as well. And I think when we're looking at that, best bang for your buck in terms of that emissions reduction, it does depend on what kind of view you take to that, and the way that this has been approached to date has really been focused on reducing those operational emissions and those emissions at the source of kind of combustion or consumption. I wish I had an easier answer for you. I think there's a lot of different methodologies that can be used to consider that. As you were speaking to, the social costs and those larger costs, that is definitely a big part of the picture, and also challenging from the municipality's perspective, because those aren't always costs that are borne by the city. They may be borne by other levels of government, and so all very valid questions and not easy to answer in terms of different methodologies.
Thank you so very much. I think through the chair, we've made wholly inadequate progress on our energy and sustainability framework, notwithstanding the good work of yourself and others and community advocates. When we look at the pool, you can very easily justify that expense. In my estimation, we have to heat that facility, and we're going to take 52,000 cars off the road a year. The reality is we just have limited dollars as a city and many asks. And so I guess where I'm going with this, if we're going to spend $1, and we should spend that $1, let's make sure we're choosing a project that most materially reduces emissions. And I don't have the information in this package today to understand whether a hybrid or diesel, or electric for that matter, is the best allocation of that $1 if we're talking about emissions reduction, and therein my challenge. Through the chair, more specific to this amendment to administration, are we aware of any vendors in Canada that refurbish diesel buses to hybrid or electric? I mean, I've been advised there may be some in Milton, Ontario, and there may be some municipalities there doing that, but I'd like to get administration's feedback if we've done any comparative research to look at that particular option.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we are aware of one vendor, and it is from the city of Milton, where they have converted their diesel engine to electric engine, and so we're watching that closely. I would call it, whether it's leading edge or bleeding edge, we'll determine that in the coming years, and so that's something we're looking at closely, but we wouldn't recommend it at this time because it's pretty new technology and new process.
Thank you. I guess my last question through the chair is, this report talks about 47 buses, right? Operational maintenance, capital outlay, and paints, I think, a good picture of what happens when you take the carbon tax out of the equation and the federal grant off the table. But we're talking about 47 buses, and clearly we need those. But as it relates to this amendment, is there any way to sort of stage gate this? Like, do we need to make a decision that all 47 of these buses, through the chair, would need to be purchased as hybrid today? Like, is there any way where we can take a more bite-sized approach to this, or through procurement, are we negotiating a better option for ourselves by procuring a larger amount of buses? I'm just wondering if we need to decide today that all 47 be hybrid? It seems to me like there may be a more stage gate approach, but I'd like to hear Min's perspective, please.
I just want to make sure this is the main motion on the floor right now. So just to be clear that this is the main motion on the floor. Yeah. It's not an amendment. Yeah, this is the main motion on the floor right now. That was moved on the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so to answer the question, can we do this, year by year instead of a lump sum of 49 buses? That is an option. What we do and what we have done is we've got a contract for electric buses currently, and we can add to that in the future if council approves. And we plan to issue a RFP for diesel and or hybrid buses if council approves that, and we can add on to that each year. What we're really looking to do here, particularly with respect to the refurbishment, is let us try it out for a year or two and see how that works. And if that's successful, we would grow that, and then we would reduce the number of buses we have to buy. If that's not successful, then we would go back and look to purchase more hybrid buses, but we don't know that now. So to answer your question, we could go year by year, and I don't see any significant downfall to that, except for basically coming back to council. We're looking for the delegated authority to make those decisions based on the overall policy that council is looking to set.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, and perhaps I've misunderstood. I can't call myself a rookie for much longer, but I'm looking at Councillor Zakidniak's motion, and in this case referring to the notion of purchasing hybrid buses, right? And so the question in that particular case was, if we pass that, are we then passing that all 47 need be hybrid, or might there be a way in which, to your points, we review the efficacy of those purchases and how we feel about them, and then that information comes back to council, right? So perhaps I misstated that.
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, the way that I would interpret number one is that any new buses that we buy between now and 2030 would be hybrid buses, but that will also refurbish some diesel buses, and then how many of those are refurbished will be in admin's hands, and we'd base that based on the success that we have on the refurbishing of the first few buses. We might grow that in the future, and then if anything changes from a funding perspective that would change our overall recommendation, then we would bring that back to council to reconsider whether it's going to be diesel, hybrid, or electric buses in the future.
Thank you. That's all I have.
And just for clarification for point number 2, do you need for the report back to council piece, do you need a timeline associated with that, or is that clear to be triggered by, do you need, I guess, more definition around major change? I just want your thoughts on that, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I think number 2 is clear. It's verbiage that we had in the report already. It just brings it forward to a recommendation. So if there's any funding opportunities that are different than what we project right now in the baseline funding from the federal government, and or if there's any major changes that would impact our recommendations, and we would bring that back to council.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So if I understand correctly, and thanks for that again, if this were to pass, right, we're not necessarily making a decision about the entirety of our procurement in the next 5 years. We have the ability to review, and while we've delegated authority, there's nothing that stops sort of administration from bringing forward information back to council to sort of change our approach. As in, if this were to pass, we're going down the path of exploring hybrid buses, but if we feel the efficacy of those purchases or the costs associated with them or something basically we don't like, we can change to purchase diesel buses or electric buses. Is that fair?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, I would say that's fair. The way it's worded right now. So for example, if we issue a RFP in the hybrid bus, instead of 1.4 million, comes back at 2 million, we're not proceeding to buy 49 buses. We'll be having another conversation at council to say things are completely different than what we estimated, and we need you to make a new decision with new information.
Okay, just well, maybe at least one question for me. Is there any concerns, you said we have hybrids already, any concerns with maintenance, different parts, tools than we already have, scale factor between, we'll have 3 different buses, all 3 kind of options. Is there any concerns if we were to go down the hybrid path more fulsome in this way?
Through the chair, we don't have any concerns right now, and just to provide a bit more clarity, they're basically the same bus, same diesel bus with a hybrid option added on to it. So a lot of the parts are similar from the diesel perspective, but there's an extra hybrid portion to it. So we don't have any concerns right now, and I'll just ask Mr. Luning to either confirm or clarify that just to make sure we're 100% accurate.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, we don't have any concerns with the hybrids now, and we have the training and tooling right now in-house to maintain them, so there's no concerns.
Thank you for that. And then to the point on, I guess for what Councillor Mancinelli was indicating, I am curious about the refurbishment in that. So not to surmise what Councillor Mancinelli was saying, but kind of that contingent of how, like, do we have a sense of how successful refurbishment might be? You said we're going to try it out. How confident are we in that kind of approach?
Through the chair, we did this a while ago, like I think in that 10 to 15 year range. And so I think we're very confident that it can be done and it's not overly complex as Councillor Mancinelli had mentioned. I think what's unknown is the cost and whether or not there's someone local enough that's interested in doing it in Regina. So that's the unknowns. Also, a few of the unknowns as the years progress is the condition of those transit buses, as we go into the year 4 or 5. So right now we have a sense of which ones are eligible in our minds to be refurbished, and we'll try with those ones, get them back on the road, operate them for 6 months, make sure everything's as planned, and then expand that if everything works out from a cost perspective and from an operational perspective.
Okay, so kind of worst budget case scenario is that we would see the full impact of the $320,000 increase between diesel and hybrid versus the offset that we could see from refurbishment of buses. Is that fair? Per bus, I should say.
Through the chair, just repeat that number. I didn't quite catch that one.
Just the difference in cost between a capital cost per bus between diesel and hybrid. If the refurbishment program was successful, we could see that cost, like that reduction, because we wouldn't purchase as many. So I'm just saying that the worst case scenario is that we would see that gap between the cost difference.
Through the chair, that's correct. So the worst case scenario, if this got approved, would be 49 hybrid buses at that 300,000 or so difference. And but if the refurbishment program works, we will ramp that up, and we would not need to buy 49 new buses. It would be less than that.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I guess my last comment would be, I think just hearing that, I think I'd be more interested to see if the refurbishment program is successful and then lend itself to our ability to continue working towards hybrid and ultimately electric. I would love to see us expand that electric fleet. But again, to some of my colleagues said, we do have fiscal constraints, so we have to take a calculated approach to that. So, okay, with that, we'll go to Councillor Bezo. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Help me understand a few things. So the electric buses right now, we have about 20 electric buses right now, correct? Or will have?
Through the chair, we have 7 on the road right now and 13 more coming in 2026.
Okay, thank you. I did a little bit of research prior to the meeting, and I found out we have roughly 79,000 buses in Canada. Did some calculations on CO2 reductions. Our CO2 reduction per electric bus is roughly 51 tons, correct?
Through the chair, the difference between a diesel bus and an electric bus is around 30 tons, so the 81 down to the 51.
Okay, thank you very much. And through the chair, like I ran the numbers kind of from, I'm going to say the back of the envelope calculations. Out of the buses that we have, out of the buses in Canada, our CO2 reduction is roughly 0% of total greenhouse gases at a cost of roughly $27 million. The question that I have is, if we're overall trying to achieve a CO2 ton reduction, and to Councillor Fro's comment, we only have so much money. Councillor Mancinelli put a motion forth that we all agreed upon about reducing the number of tons of concrete that we pour in the city. 1 ton of concrete is equal to about 1 ton of CO2. So if we reduce our tons of concrete, which is about 51 tons a bus, that works out to about 23 cubic meters of concrete. If we don't pour 23 meters of concrete, we save the same amount of CO2 emissions as a city as 1 bus, and it actually saves the taxpayer $46,000. So if my math is correct, and if we're trying to save CO2 emissions, does it make sense to spend $27 million with 0 CO2 reductions? Or does it make sense to save $46,000 and actually reduce CO2 by 1 ton per cubic meter of concrete?
Do you want to, is that a question? Did
Yeah, that's the question I'm going to say.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that is the question. If we reduce the CO2 emissions by not spending a whole pile of money, I can save some money, and I don't pour all this concrete, and I'm saving money. What is more economical feasibility, to save money and reduce emissions, or spend lots of money and have barely a dent in emission reduction?
Mr. Yoni, can you comment on that?
Through the chair, I will try. So obviously not going to follow the math on the floor of council, but what we are going to do is bring back a report to council in Q1 of 2026 that talks about the impacts, the positive, the negative, pros and cons of reducing concrete by 20%. And so that will mean things like only doing 1 sidewalk instead of 2 sidewalks, and that will have a positive greenhouse gas impact. So we will produce less greenhouse gases by pouring less concrete. So that analysis will come forward in Q1 of 2026.
And through the chair, that includes a lot of boulevards too, correct?
Through the chair, we're probably getting a little bit off of the conversation about buses, but we're looking to see where we can reduce concrete by 20% across the board.
Okay. And one more question pertaining to hybrids. I understand there is a newer technology, and as Councillor Mancinelli stated, that every few years we have new emission targets and there's new technologies. Out there right now, I believe we're at SIL 4 for diesel ratings right now, and to achieve better ratings on diesel, there's called a hydrogen hybrid out there that the city of Edmonton and other industrial applications are well in use right now. Have we explored any hydrogen retrofits on our fleet, and actually just having discussions with other municipalities or industries that actually converted the fleets to hydrogen hybrids to reduce maintenance costs and operational cost?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, so as part of the transit master plan, I think hydrogen was explored. And then we have done just recently from some information from one of the councillors, had a conversation with companies that are looking at technologies to introduce hydrogen into diesel engines, something that is a new technology and emerging. The challenge that we have currently in Regina is there's no hydrogen source. There's no high pressure hydrogen available, but it's something that definitely can be considered in the future. I don't expect it would be within the timelines of the next 4 to 5 years though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I guess I just want to say that I think part of our job as well is to give predictable and reliable solutions, not to be experimenting with taxpayer dollars. I've said that before. And I guess my question is, when you said if we refurbish a diesel engine or doing refurbishing, I keep hearing if, and that kind of scares me. That we were going to possibly go down a road and invest a bunch of money for, and that's why, but I do like the fact that we're talking about, we can go year by year. Let's evaluate. We have all these electric buses coming where we should have probably bought about 2 or 3, evaluated, see how they actually work through our winters with diesel heaters in them. Anyways, but I guess my point, I'm just wondering, when you say if they'll work, or if the refurbishment works, like, what does that mean? Like, are we not confident that will work?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, when we refer to bus refurbishments, I'm using the word if because it's not necessarily the process or the technology to refurbish it. It's if someone bids on the work and if they're able to deliver our expectations, and if they perform. Basically, that's why we're can't commit to it right now. There's a few things that are unknown. We don't have any concerns with the process to refurbish a bus.
Right. Okay. And I guess would it also? I guess we don't know what the cost would be to do it, or do we?
Through the chair, we've estimated in the report around $450,000 to refurbish a bus.
Okay. Okay. So if we are doing refurb, I guess my question, because if we're doing some refurbishing, then that extra money could help compensate to, make up the difference to buy some hybrids, I guess. I mean.
Through the chair, yes. So if we were to buy, hybrid buses and refurbish some buses, that total cost, rough math, would be similar to buying one electric bus. So if we were to buy a hybrid bus at 1.4 million and refurbish a diesel bus at 450,000, we're at about 1.85 million for two buses versus the one electric bus at 1.95 million.
Okay. I guess my thing is, if we decide to go that, I think we need to do it slowly, just to make sure that the numbers are working out, and then once we see the numbers work out, then go down a path of more hybrids. That's what I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
Thank you, and to the chair. Thank you so much to Councillor Zakiniak for going out and trying to buy us piles of money. I really appreciate that. And also to administration working with us. I don't think anyone is getting their perfect solution out of this. I think it's a collaborative work. I support purchasing the hybrid buses and considering refurbishing a few diesel buses and seeing how that goes. I think that's a really good solution. I would like to note that I cannot wait till we have our measuring stick or a matrix to determine the cost of sustainability for our environment to help us make this decision, because in the beginning I was a little bit lost. So I know that's coming and that's what we're working on. And I also wanted to note that we have never had a motion to remove sidewalks, and I am not okay with that. We will be looking at the 20% concrete when it comes through, but we have never had a vote to remove sidewalks, and that gets tossed around a lot in this council for something that is not written anywhere. So I would like to put everyone on notice on that one, I guess. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions, so, do you have a clarification?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify administration's position if this vote is won. Like, obviously, both Councillor Zakiniak and I both believe in refurbishing and the hybrids. That's coming through. Appreciated the discussion we had and having to take a slow approach. If this passes and the first couple of refurbishments go well, I just wonder if administration would pivot towards the refurbishment process and kind of follow what I had talked about leaning on that heavily and then supplementing with hybrid through this motion, or for me to get that line of sight from administration, would I have to successfully defeat this motion and put mine up? And I just wondered, I'd rather not have to go against something if I can cooperate with it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say you're looking just to say how administration interprets this and how it would be executed. Mr. Doney, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so through the chair, page 9 there gives the pros and cons of bus refurbishments, and so long-term finances, bus refurbishment may not get us to a better spot. However, the way I interpret this is that we would start with 1 or 2 bus refurbishments, and if things are successful, we could ramp that up to around 5 per year for the next 4-ish years. So potentially we could get close to a third to a half of the new buses being refurbished. But that's only if all those ifs turn into, yes, it was a good procurement process, yes, there's a good contractor there that can do it, and yes, we had good performance of those refurbished buses.
I think that's my, looking to stage it that way, but just have to verify the process first. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak to close debate.
Okay, so part of the point 2 was that we wouldn't be making a decision without the ability to reconsider the decision if there's new information or new funding. And then I did hear the request for annually, so I would be fine with also saying report back annually to council, and if there are any funding opportunities. So that's an adjustment that I'm proposing to help ensure that if nothing else, we'll get an annual report on how it's going and have the ability to make adjustments. Or if administration feels that another path makes more sense. And this could apply for refurbishment. It could apply for refurbishment to hydrogen. It could apply for a refurbishment of diesel to electric once that new technology has been further vetted. Could apply to electric, could apply to diesel. So, so report back annually to council, and if there are any other, so that gives 2 opportunities. So in hearing what folks wanted, I think that might satisfy that we're making a decision that we will definitely get feedback on to know if we made the right decision. And so that was part of the point of 2. And I just also wanted to note that there was question about what's the best use of our dollars to achieve sustainability. Because we'll be receiving some funding through the Canada Public Transit Fund for buses, we don't actually get the option to reallocate that money to use it for another sustainability purpose. So we have money that's earmarked for buses. We're going to need to use that money for buses. So the option in front of us today is what is the best way for us to spend our money to purchase buses. I agree that we need to do some work to understand the sustainability implications for work that we do on an ongoing basis, but this one really is specific to buses due to this funding source. And so I'm happy for administration to continue to explore options, to continue to explore funding. We'll see how it goes with the refurbishment. I don't know if you missed it, Councillor Mancinelli. I've added an annual report back so that we can see how it's going with refurbishment and whether we should take a different path if we get new information. So I hope you'll support my motion. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to check with Councillor Flores if you are okay with the change to point number 2. Good? Okay. Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a result of 7-4. The following voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radin, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councillors Sickles, Bezo, Burton, and Rosevich.
Okay, next at the call of the chair, we'll go to the Lead Service Connection Management Program 2023-2024 update. So that will be delegations related to CR 25-115. So I would like to call upon delegation DE 25-194, Patricia Elliott. Is Miss Elliott in the gallery? Okay, can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communications CP 25-147, Patricia Elliott? Councillor Flores, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Turnbull? Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-115, lead service connection management program 2023 and 2024 update. And I'll ask Councillor Rasevich to please introduce the report.
Okay, CR 25-115, Executive Committee considered this matter and recommends concurrence. In addition, the committee recommends that City Council direct administration to report back on the following in relation to lead surface connections. Annual reporting, submit yearly LSC updates to Council, program review, assess financing program to include cost sharing and inflation protection, community outreach, increase direct engagement with at-risk families, especially renters, via coordinated efforts with local agencies and schools, school and community involvement, investigate roles for schools and community centers in clean water initiatives with a report due by Q4 2026. Health partnerships, explore collaboration with public health and school boards. Inflation impact report, provide a Q4 2026 update on inflation adjustments and strategies to accelerate LSC replacement. Improved communication, enhance lead level specific messaging tailored to diverse community needs. And landlord engagement, consult on creating incentive programs for installing at-source water filtration in rental properties.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Turnbull, thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Turnbull, do you wish to speak to the report?
I can just wait until the end.
Okay. Any questions from council members? Anything new from last week? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Turnbull, anything to close?
Sure. I guess, so with this lead service connection management, it's the right thing to do. I'm really proud of our work on it. And I'm really proud of how council, administration, and members of the communities came together at executive to come up with some solutions and to talk about it together. I think the process of how we got there was actually really wonderful because it was such a back and forth with the community, administration, and councilors. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate that we are able to do a little bit more to mediate the problem. I learned a lot about orthophosphate and what we're doing, and I really appreciate this motion and everyone's work on it. So you can call the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Yes, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will take our mandatory break. We'll be back just before 2:45. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Okay, we're now going to consider item CR 25-117, Regina Exhibition Association Limited, appointment of directors, and I'm going to ask Councillor Rasevich to please introduce the report.
Okay. CR 25-117. Executive Committee considered this item and recommended concurrence to appoint Darren Anderson as a non-voting City Council designate to Real Board of Directors, and to approve housekeeping amendments to the unanimous members' agreement respecting Regina Exhibition Association Limited.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli. And a seconder? Councillor Bizo. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
No, I think that it's pretty self-explanatory. Happy to support it.
Thank you. Any questions from council members on this report? Seeing none, Councillor Mancinelli, anything final?
Talked about it real enough. Less have to say, happier.
Okay, very good. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to delegations for CR 25-118, Rapid Housing Initiative Project Update. So I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-195, Doug McNair, Jan Folk, and Kim Wenger, from North Central Family Center. Okay, so once you guys are settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Your Worship, Mayor Bashinsky, and councillors, I am Jan Folk, Chair of the Board of North Central Family Center. With me is Kim Wenger, Executive Director, and Doug McNair, Board Member and Chair of our Hopes and Dreams campaign. We are pleased to have several North Central Family Center stakeholders and interested parties in the gallery today, providing their continued support. We are all proud to call Regina our home. We are here to ask City Council to accept the recommendations in front of you to support the completion of Orange Buffalo Lodge, funded under Rapid Housing Initiative Number 3. North Central Family Center thanks City Administration for working in a spirit of partnership to prepare these recommendations. North Central Family Center has been helping families, youth, and kids in the North Central area of Regina for many, many years. NCFC deeply understands the needs of this community and has been able to build trust with the community, as it's a place where judgment is not given and people are met where they are at. NCFC was recently voted the most impactful community organization by its peers for its work. The center provides community connection, programming, and meals as part of an after-school program, youth employment readiness, and assists with housing and food insecurity. All of this helps families and kids have their basic needs met so they can move towards a better and brighter future. Orange Buffalo Lodge, first and foremost, is an affordable housing initiative with 30 single and family suites that will serve 90 residents, adding critical capacity to the community's affordable housing stock. We thank the City of Regina for choosing North Central Family Center under the Rapid Housing Initiative Number 3. With the best of intentions, we knew this project was needed in North Central Regina. The RHI project required a rapid start and a rapid construction schedule. We encountered challenges, and partway through came the realization that the funds provided, including contingency funds, were not adequate for completion. Due to insufficient funds, construction was paused in December 2024, with 75% of the building done and with accounts outstanding to vendors for some of the work completed. Since then, NCFC has been working closely with City administration to develop a path forward to address the funding shortage and to put in place what is needed to complete this important project. The commitment from the community has been outstanding. Community support includes an exemplary group of businesses and subcontractors which worked on the first phase of the project and are patiently waiting to be paid for some of their past work, yet still want to complete the building because this project matters. Namrud Housing will partner with NCFC to manage the building and suites. The University of Regina is partnering with NCFC to offer programming and support services in the community hub on the main floor of the lodge. Many community leaders, citizens, and businesses have donated money to the Hopes and Dreams capital campaign for the suites, with commitments for the community hub and suite amenities that are ineligible under the original funding agreement. We are anxious to relaunch Hopes and Dreams in partnership with the South Saskatchewan Community Foundation. North Central Family Center maintains an unwavering commitment to continue to work closely with City administration. Together, we will reach out for additional sources of funds. Investment by all of us in this initiative will confirm that Regina is a caring community, helping to make lives better for many, many children, youth, and families for generations to come. We respectfully ask for council to accept these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll check with my colleagues if they have any questions for you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. Thanks for coming today. Thanks, of course, for the long-standing work that your organization does in our community. Just have a couple questions about this next phase, and I think that it will impact my comfort level in voting for this. Can you outline your plans for operational sustainability once the capital portion of this work is complete? And the reason why I ask is we have obligations, as I understand it, to CMHC to ensure that this is operationally successful so that we're in good standing with them to do other things. And I think it's important for us to hear your plans operationally, but also as well if you feel the operating model associated with the clients that you'll have is sufficient to be able to pay the bills, if it were.
I'll ask Kim to answer that one.
Yeah, I would say that we're really confident with our ability to operate the Orange Buffalo Lodge. We've been working closely with the city administration, and we've established a comprehensive operational planning committee to complete a detailed operating plan. This committee includes representative from the City Housing Department, and this group has been meeting since June, and even before that, many conversations with the community. Recognizing that other organizations have significant experience with property and building management, NCFC and Namrud Housing have signed an MOU engaging Namrud Housing to maintain the property as well to manage many aspects of the suites, including intake and rent collection, which was a part of the plan with the original application as well, to partner with somebody who had more property management experience in North Central Family Center, respecting that we haven't done that before. So.
Thank you for that answer, Kim, and through the chair. You've signed an agreement or you've signed a memorandum of understanding?
Yeah, with Namrud to explore what that would look like cost-wise. Very positive conversations. I don't anticipate any issues going forward there.
I think my last question through the chair is probably have some conversation amongst ourselves as to how we got here, but I think it's certainly important to root ourselves in why this project exists. So can you let my colleagues know the type of clients that will be staying in this facility once it's finished? Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. We have a mix of studio 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. We will be serving youth and young people, particularly with our studio units, which are all sectioned on the top floor. And then we have a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms throughout the other floors that will serve families like women and children, elders as well, particularly with the 1-bedroom suites. And 3 of those bedrooms are fully accessible as well. So anybody who lives with us would be low income and in requiring affordable housing, but also with an interest in receiving supports to potentially move on and break the cycle of poverty, and so they're no longer low income.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I had a question somewhat similar to Councillor Froese, but I wonder, you talked about the impact of the project for those who would be staying there. Can you speak a bit to the impacts to the broader North Central community of this project going ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, this, I kind of want to read what I have here, if that's okay. So the by names list right now, which is that tracks those who are houseless in Regina, and there's over 800 people, and that doesn't include many who are in shelters or who've not reached out to coordinated access for support. So these 30 affordable suites will add to the city's affordable housing stock and accommodate up to 90 residents. But particularly, it's a significant housing investment in North Central area of the city, which has seen minimal housing investment for decades. This building is a place of pride for the community, and that's been seen over and over again in our consultations and in our daily conversations with the children and youth in the neighborhood. And hopefully this is a start of more investments in that neighborhood, because more is needed, and it's about giving families and kids a safe and dignified, affordable place to live so they can focus on themselves and having a brighter future.
Great. And maybe if you could just touch briefly on, excuse me, if this doesn't go ahead, if we don't agree to give this additional support, what would the repercussions of that be?
Yeah, I don't know, Doug, if you want to say anything?
The North Central Family Center is a grassroots organization, and I think that's its strength because of the trust the community has in North Central Family Center, and also its deep awareness of the needs of the community. That said, it's not a large organization, and it has to rely on others to build its capacity and to provide more services to the community. It doesn't have capital reserves. It doesn't have an ability to be able to get financing on its own. It doesn't have a group of owners, and so it really relies on others to support its mission. And so we really are dependent upon finding sources of capital to complete this project through grants or through going back and talking to the original funders, including the City of Regina. And so if without that, I expect that the project would stay stalled. The other thing that has been remarkable to me is the community commitment as well. There's certain costs that aren't covered by grants. There's certain costs, there's certain things we want to do to add and enhance kind of the investment, and we need to, and we'll get that from the community. The community, we have a capital campaign, Hopes and Dreams. We initially targeted that $4 million. We've raised about 1.7, and we're anxious to relaunch that to go and get some additional commitments from the community. So it really is going to take a community to make this happen. North Central Family Center cannot do this on its own.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report from administration, or through the chair, for the report on this. From the complex itself, walk me through, I'm going to say two things. One, you mentioned that the build is about 70% complete, and there's still a lot of outstanding to creditors right now. Can you walk me through how we got to that process, and can you walk me through kind of the lessons learned not to repeat that process?
Absolutely. The nature of the RHI program required us to commit to a very rapid start, to get shovels in the ground quickly, and it required a very rapid construction schedule. Once the agreement was signed, the building was to be constructed within 18 months. We were not able, under that schedule, to get all costs confirmed before construction started, and therefore the budget was based on estimates from development drawings. The budget prepared for us proved to be underestimated once final drawings were in place. And also tendering by the construction manager fell behind and was inhibiting North Central Family Center as the owner from having a total cost of the project. As well, there were significant cost escalations in the construction industry, we believe about 35% during this period of construction. In terms of lessons learned, there are a lot of additional risks associated with projects that must be completed quickly as a condition of receiving funding. There was insufficient time for us to ensure that final drawings were received and established, and to establish adequate funding in place. But in leap of faith and with good intentions, we proceeded with the project. The budget was based on estimates, and more time would have been allowed us more the opportunity to more fully recognize the project risks and ensure that processes and oversight were in place for the construction of the building.
What changes have you done to ensure the oversight is there? You had a new construction manager, new project manager. How are you going to pay the contractors to date, and how are you going to complete this within the budget? Do you have a fixed scope of work? Do you have fixed costs now? Do you have quotes and actual prices that came in?
We spent a lot of time with city administration. They're very helpful in working through over a number of months some of the lessons learned that came from this, and to put together a path forward that would give everybody the confidence that this time we can get this project done on time and on budget. And that involved taking a look at this almost as kind of a phase 2 of a project, where we were able to do some things that we weren't in a position to be able to do for phase 1. We chose our construction manager for phase 2 to be Westridge Construction because of their reputation and their community-minded perspective. So we thought that was a big step. We've agreed with city administration in their recommendation to be able to, for the city also to assign a project manager to oversee the project, which we accept. The first thing that we asked Westridge to do through talking to city administration was to get a fixed price for completion. And so that work was done in July. So by the end of July, we had a fixed price to complete the project. The other thing that we've done is we've continued weekly communications with all of the vendors that are owed some funds to keep them apprised and to keep them engaged with the project. And it's been outstanding, the support that they've shown us.
Okay, so with the vendor engagement, I want to make sure that, once, if there's an approval of these funds, we don't approve a project that can be lean. So is the cleaning up of the past accounts, is that going to be a #1 priority?
That's correct. That's the #1 priority, and we'll work with city administration on that to ensure that that happens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-118, Rapid Housing Initiative Project Update. And I will ask Councillor Rasevich to please introduce the report.
Okay, CR 25-118. This was considered by Executive Committee. They concur with the recommendation from administration to commit up to $3 million in funding from the city's Housing Accelerator Fund to support completion of the Rapid Housing Initiative 3 project, including for the city to hire a team project manager.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, and a seconder. Councillor Flores. Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, through the chair. George asked me to say a few words. No, he didn't. He kicked me in the shins. I think I'll just be really brief. I think what we heard today was that the City of Regina and North Central are accountability partners in this, but that the whole community will share and benefit from the success once open, given the clients that this place will hold. I'm satisfied in our discussion with administration that we've both learned internally, but that we have expectations of our partners when we flow through funds in the future. I think that it's important to note that North Central Family Centre does a lot of really good work in the community. I also think it's important to note that this project was materially misscoped with some challenges with, in my view, controls with some of our partners and the general contractor at the time. I think that has been proven out, so not very controversial to say. But I think we have an opportunity now, as a reminder, to utilize federal dollars through HAF to ensure that this project gets finished and that we ensure that families and seniors and children have a safe place to stay. So I'm certainly prepared to vote for it. I appreciate my colleagues' comments on the reputation of the partners, but also the city when we have subcontractors that are owed pretty material funds. And I also want to thank administration for support that they've shown to this project, but also to council as we've asked some very pointed questions throughout this process. So thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I will open it up to any questions from members. I see no questions from members, so Councillor Fro, anything final to add?
No.
Okay, very good. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll move to delegations for CR 25-119, zoning bylaw amendment, 5080 Louvain Drive and 4990 Padwick Road. And I would like to call upon delegation D 25-196, Evan Hunchuk. Mr. Hunchuk, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name's Evan Hunchak. I reside in Regina, and I'm here on behalf of Bright Communities. I probably need 2.5 minutes of your time. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Bright Communities regarding our harbor landing project. Sorry. This project has long been, has a long history in our city. From 1949 until 2004, it was used as a skeet shooting range. That use left behind environmental legacy full of lead contamination, which meant that land could not be developed until it was thoroughly cleaned up. A holding overlay zone was applied on the property last fall when City Council approved our zoning bylaw and our concept plan amendment to ensure that no construction could commence until the remediation was complete. Over the past year, we've worked closely with ground engineering consultants as well as landwork civil engineering to complete this work. A phase 2 environmental site assessment was conducted, followed by a corrective action plan to guide the remediation. The approach was clear. Really, we needed to just remove the impacted soils from the site. In total, nearly 40,000 tons of contaminated soil were excavated and hauled off site, and the same amount of clean fill brought in. To put that in perspective, that's approximately 4,000 truckloads, semi-truckloads of soil that was removed. The most heavily impacted soil in the northeast corner was taken to Melville, roughly a 4-hour round trip, I guess, 8,300 tons there. Another 28,000 tons were taken to the City of Regina landfill and 3,000 tons to the Gap landfill near Gladmar, Saskatchewan at the U.S. border, also about a 4-hour round trip. As outlined in the corrective action plan, the site has now been remediated to Tier 1 Saskatchewan Environmental Quality Guidelines for residential use, which that is what the intended use is residential. The closure report's been prepared and signed off by a qualified person under the provincial environmental legislation, certifying that the remediation is now complete and safe. Really, the reason that I'm here today is I wanted to just pause and express our gratitude to city administration. Large and complex projects like this succeed when the city takes a pragmatic and a solutions-oriented approach versus a rigid regulatory one fixated on planning policies and environmental oversight. Your staff have been exceptional in helping us find ways to move forward. This is important to mention that the city, as the city looks to advance development of other underutilized brownfield sites in the city. You know, for example, contaminated gas stations that are left vacant on Albert Street or other contaminated land. We would offer that this open-mindedness is the best feedback that we could provide to achieve your underutilized land improvement strategy goals. I know there was a survey that we provided feedback on a few months ago that your administration undertook. In particular, I'd like to thank Ryan Cooper and Evan Wilson for their guidance through environmental regulations and disposal at the landfill. I also wanted to acknowledge Deb Bryden and Autumn Dawson and their teams, Ben Mario, Jeremy Fenton, Tyson Sellinger, Binod Pudal, and Zoe Drimmy for their support with subdivision zoning and development approvals. Finally, the engineering team, Chad Bosgood, Khalid Said, Khalid Hussein, Khalid Amin, Egwa Lucy, Mamadou, and Peter Liu, who provided practical solutions for servicing that made this redevelopment possible. Mr. Mayor and members of council, we've remediated, certified, and approved the site for residential use, and we're now asking for the holding overlay zone to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So this, if this passes, then the overlay building, we remove the, help me out here. What are we removing? The holding overlay?
Yeah, the holding overlay zone. Yeah.
Thank you. So if that happens, do you then need to, once have your proposal, like it's already zoned residential, but with a specific development proposal, then you would need to then submit that to administration for further work, or this is the last step?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Zakidniak. Through the mayor, this would be the last step. We already have our zoning and concept plan amendment approval from last fall from the previous council. And we have a service agreement in place with the city with approved design drawings. In fact, the water and sewer is already constructed and we're commencing street construction next week. The lots are all sold. It's just a formality to remove the holding overlay zone now that the remediation is complete, which was a condition of the approval from council as well as our service agreement.
Okay. Thank you. And I just wanted to understand one piece. Like, I understand that all the work that you did, like you helped explain that further. So I understand that you've removed the contaminated soil and it now falls below the remediation criteria for residential land use. Mm-hmm. It also says in our report that there's residual levels of contamination in the soil. So I wonder if you could speak to that a bit. Is it just because it's seemingly difficult to actually remove it 100%? Like, do you know how much contamination is still in the soil?
Thank you for that question again through the mayor. Yeah, we do know the exact contamination at the 228 test locations. It would all fall below 120 parts per million, which is what the threshold is for residential, as an example, and commercial and industrial development, say if it was a Costco site, would be allowed up to 600 parts per million. We had areas in that gun range that exceeded 20 to 30,000 times parts per million. You can't get it to zero because naturally there's anywhere from 20 to 40 parts per million just naturally that exists. Mm-hmm. So you can't necessarily say that there's zero residuals. It's not possible to get it to zero, but it's less than 120 parts per million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-119, zoning bylaw amendment, 5080 Louvain Drive, 4990 Padwick Road. I'll ask Councillor Sickles to please introduce the report. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, your worship. CR 25-119, is that right? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
The recommendation is that City Council amend the Regina zoning bylaw by removing the holding overlay zone, as we heard, from 5080 Louvain Drive and 4990 Padwick Road in Harbor Landing, as shown on Appendix A2. Secondly, to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to give effect to the recommendation to be brought forward following approval of the recommendation by City Council.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder. Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
Really happy to have some lands decontaminated and put to use. I think that's a great story for our city, and I think Mr. Hunchak spoke well to the whole deal, so I can't do any better than him, so I'm good.
Great. I will check if any other of my colleagues have any questions on this one. Seeing none, I will give Councillor Mancinelli one more chance to speak better than Mr. Hunchak on this one.
I'll allow my eloquent words. No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will go to delegations with respect to CR 25-113, an act respecting the safety of public urban spaces and regulating the possession, transportation, and storage of items that may be used as street weapons. So I'd first like to call upon delegation DE 25-190, Sean Cook. Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, today, which city or town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks for having me out today. My name is Sean Cook. I live in Regina. Even though I work with a lot of organizations and different groups that are affected by this, I'm here representing myself. There's a lot of people here to talk about this today, so I don't want to take up too much time. I just want to point out a couple things. Number one, the idea that it's Safer Public Spaces Act, this is a Trojan horse, okay? It's not about safety. This is about control, okay? This is not about safety. Because if we pass this and we adopt what the province wants us to do here, the only people that are unsafe are the people that are already affected by this, which is our houseless community, people dealing with mental health and addictions issues, okay? That's number one. If you don't have a place to live, you have no place to put your stuff, legal or otherwise, okay? So right now we're talking about harm reduction. There's tools of harm reduction that are gonna be classified as deadly weapons. If we went through your houses and closets, how many deadly weapons would we find? Rhetorical question, but just something to think about, okay? This is something that the people who are mostly affected by this are the people on the streets, okay? And then maybe I'm overstating here, and some people will say I'm overstating here. I just want us to recognize the slippery slope that we're on, okay? We have already, as a society, dehumanized the houseless community and people dealing with mental health and addictions to a spectacular degree. So the dehumanization has already taken place. Now what this legislation will do will further criminalize those people most affected by it. Now, the provincial government wants to roll out forced treatment, which they've come out and said, that's based on an Alberta model, which is based on an American model, which is to drive public dollars from public health into the private sector. Forced treatment does not work. This legislation is sliding us right into that. Forced treatment, might as well call it straight up fascism, okay? We don't have to, just look around. Look what's happening down south. They're at the end of the poem. We're on like line 3 or 4, right? And as you come and see the rest of the delegations that are gonna be here today, it's gonna be a whole bunch of people that don't look like me. I'm the only white dude in the delegation out of about a dozen or so people. So the 7 white dudes that are on this council, I'm challenging you right now to step out of your white male privilege and understand that this legislation is going to affect the women, minorities, the Indigenous, the trans and queer community, the disabled community more than us. So for you that want to go out there and do your own research, please go do some research on this. It will not work. It does not work. And then we're going to be sitting here 5 years from now going, how did we not see this happen? Back when we needed $10 million from the provincial government to help with the house issue, Housing First, back in 2017, they wouldn't give it. Now the problem quadrupled, and we're sitting here going, what do we do with the houseless community? If you guys pass this, it's going to be a bloodbath. We can push back. The province is trying to download this responsibility onto us. It's going to kill people. It's like we're a small town hockey team, right? I lived in a small town. First line guys were great. Second line guys, so-so. The third line kids were just out there because their dads really wanted them to play. Did we cut those kids? No, we helped them to help them skate. We can't, as humanity, cut these people loose. We have to help them out. So I know I'm crazy impassioned. You guys are sick of hearing it from a whole bunch of us, but this is what we're going to be doing. This is the wrong way to go. Saskatoon, they bluffed it through 11-0. Shame on you, Saskatoon. Shame. It's a Trojan horse. It's not about safety. And for all you guys, especially the white dudes who feel like you're unsafe, you're uncomfortable, check your privilege, check your uncomfort. All right? I'm done.
Okay, I'll check and see if there's any questions from any members. I don't see any questions for you, Mr. Cook, so thank you for your presentation. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-185, Tiro Mtembu. Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I'm here with other delegates here today urging you to opt out of this forced treatment agenda passed down by the SAS party. Through these last couple of weeks in community, we have been organizing and engaging with our community members on this issue. We've held a community town hall last week. Yesterday, a few of us stood outside of the general hospital, engaged with healthcare workers to hear what they thought, what their concerns were. And of course, we've been here talking about encampment strategy all summer long, and we do outreach work throughout the summer, so we've been involved in engaging with those community members as well. Through this, for me, there's 3 pillars that I wanted to bring forward as why we should not be opting into this. One is the consultation. There has been no consultation. As you can see with our encampment strategy, we've been through the start of spring, we were asking what is the plan, and it's been passed all the way to November. Last winter with warming bus, it was into February. So there always seems to be consultation time willing for those things. And then this is coming down from the police. There's been no consultation with, in particular, Indigenous communities, which make up disproportionately community members that are going to be impacted by this kind of legislation. So consultation directly, number one, is the focus that I'm saying. We need to take a step back and look at why are the police saying this on a Friday, and then we're going to make a decision on the following Wednesday, when clearly with other issues we do not, that's not how consultation takes place. Number two is healthcare. This is a harm reduction is healthcare. You'll hear from leadership like APSS and doctors throughout these last couple of weeks in particular. We heard from healthcare officials that fundamentally harm reduction is healthcare. If we are criminalizing needles, what we're going to do is drive folks that are using needles into the dark, and then we're going to spread infectious diseases. And again, I can't speak to the healthcare, but please, behind me there's going to be APSS, and they're going to talk about the infectious disease rates that we should be ashamed of as a city, as a province, and to take a step in this direction is just irresponsible as a city. And three is we need housing, not handcuffs. We've been clear about this. We've continued to talk about this and needs of supportive housing. Our community members that are living in encampments need supports, wraparound care at those encampments that can then be provided to get folks that need wraparound care, that care that they need. So I urge you as a council to think about this. As a city, we do not have a single sitting MLA from the SAS party. This is a policy that is driven by shared fears and not shared values. And as a city in Regina, we value harm reduction. Harm reduction is healthcare, and so I urge you to opt out of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I see Councillor Turnbull has a question. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here and for all the work you do for the community. Well, you said something that stuck with me, which is shared fears. And I'm going to ask your opinion on this, but I think on both sides of this legislation, it's fear that's driving this, and that's actually something that brings us
Councillor,
all
make sure
together.
you're asking questions.
So I was just going to ask your opinion of being in the community. Have you heard of any consultation with any groups, with the Indigenous, with mental health and addictions? You mentioned you were at the hospital. Has anyone mentioned that they have been contacted or talked about this?
Through the chair, no. Councillor, no one, yesterday outside of the general, healthcare workers had no idea. Community groups, last week, no one knew. When we're feeding community, when we're talking with our neighbors, no one had any idea that this was upcoming.
With the encampment and its policies, do you feel that your collaboration and relationship with the city is getting better with going back and forth with collaboration?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that the lines of communication have, I think that we're building trust, but I think I can speak for myself that I think that we need to see actions taken. And like involving this, using this as an example, we have been going in good faith into consultations around encampment strategies for months, and then to see this is really disheartening because this doesn't align itself with the consultations that we've gone in good faith into having.
You how it feels in process for months possibly, where this decision is less than a week. How does that feel?
Yeah, through the chair, it's frustrating, but it pales in comparison to when we're talking to our community members that, you know, we see folks at Sunday Fun Day that are missing limbs from fingers from last winter, and I think for them, their righteous anger and frustration is way more, concern. I'm here today thinking I'm frustrated. I could not imagine how frustrated they are to be continuously not consulted and then further criminalized and kicked when they're down.
And with all of your action here, I know you've done a lot of work with our crisis for houselessness. And again, how does that feel when that seems to drag on and then this is just here now?
Yeah, through the chair, specifically speaking for myself, it's disheartening and frustrating, and I think that we don't talk about class enough, and this is like, it feels like it's a class struggle and a class war, where we can see subsidizations to Costco's, further harassment and criminalization of our most vulnerable. It's disheartening, but where we draw strength is that we know that these are shared values of people across the city, that they share our values across our community. People are aligning themselves with they show continuously that they care about our community members. So that's what draws strength from, is that we know that we're not alone. We're in a sanctuary city of support in a sea of forced treatment agenda bigotry.
Yeah, and just with the urgency with the timing of how quick we can ask to change criminalization laws within less than a week, whereas these other priorities we've been working on, how long have they been with?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that it speaks to, it shows when the police usually, in particular, that we hold them at a higher standard, or when they offer something to the public, then it's seen as, it's presented as the truth or the only opportunity. Whereas I think that in a rightful consultation period, we would be doing a lot more robust consultation with community to get to, in particular, like I said, I view this as a healthcare issue. So I think that we should be listening to voices like APSS in particular on issues like this.
And lastly, who do you recommend that the city talks to get a wider view on this in our community?
Yeah, I've said it and I'll say it again, APSS has been the strongest leader in particular on this issue, but I think that if you listen to advocates across the city, we're pretty united in our harm reduction approach on this. So I think of leadership from the Anti-Poverty Ministry of Peter Gilmer. I think of leadership with Terry Sleva in community. I think I would reach out and going to the consultation, let's speak to the community members that are going to be impacted by this. So I'd say go out into community, speak yourself, councillor, with community, and further gather an informed decision on this.
Well, thank you so much for all that you do.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, you mentioned that you had talked to some healthcare workers about this, and could you just speak a little bit onto what is some of the feedback that, because they can't all be here as delegates, but I'm sure they provided some feedback. Can you talk a little bit about the feedback that they have and the concerns that they might have related to this?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, it's very similar to the concerns that folks that at Sunday Funday dinners would have, is that this is taking a situation that's already bad and then it's going to override the healthcare system. So we were outside talking with healthcare workers that were on a brief break, but they were talking about, the realities of the healthcare system is always at strain, and that this infectious disease crisis that we're in, again, people were shocked that this was even being talked about or even discussed as a concept in 2025. They were shocked and appalled throughout, I would say, both communities, but as you said, with healthcare workers, there's a lot of shock and appall.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, you mentioned, another delegate mentioned something, that this is about forced treatment. I didn't read anything about forced treatment in the Safe Public Spaces Act. So I'm asking you, how are you interpreting this is forced treatment as the Safe Public Spaces Act? Where's that? I don't know. Where's that coming from?
Right. Through the chair. Yeah, Councillor, about a month ago, I heard you also ask through the admin, how did we get to this level of, homelessness? Where are these homeless people coming from?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Right, so just to back up there, so what we're doing, what we have here is a manufactured crisis. From the 90s, we got out of developed investments in social housing. So we have a housing situation that over years and years, cuts to social assistance, has led to a huge, this crisis growing and growing in scope. So how this is connected is that the SAS Party, and you can ask SAS Party themselves, I'm sure that you've been consultating with the police, but they've been open with this agenda that what this Parks Act will do is that it'll just further give law enforcement the opportunities to come in, give tickets. There's even, it's legislated that it could be even claw back on the social assistance. So as advocates that are promoting for social assistance to be expanded, this criminalization could claw back social assistance. And it's not from my words, you can look it up. They've been very open and adamant, the Sask Party, that this is a forced treatment agenda. So as an advocate, it's clear as day that the plan is for them to come in and use kind of stop and frisk tactics to come into our communities, search our most vulnerable neighbors, and then pick them up and take them into a forced treatment facility. That's the future that they see, and then we, as people that are built on policies driven by shared values, are saying no. We want to be driven by healthcare, evidence-based policies driven by empathy.
Because you're interpreting.
Yes, yes, Councillor, I'm interpreting it, but I don't think that I'm alone in that interpretation, and I think that you can talk to your colleagues and talk to the Sask Party themselves, and I think that they've been clear as day that this is this is part of the forced treatment agenda.
But it doesn't say it in the act.
Okay, we're not going to debate.
Okay, we're not, I know, okay. It doesn't say it.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-186, Mandla Ntembu, sorry. Okay, once you're settled, I'll give you the same spiel. I have to do it over and over again just to make sure it's on record. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any today, which city or town you reside in for the record. 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm Mandla Ntembu. I reside in Treaty 4 here in Regina. I live in the Heritage neighborhood. And I'm here to represent myself and a lot of different organizations that we work with in the community. I represent my community and concerned citizens when I say, do not opt into this policy. If you aim to make our streets safer, do not opt into this policy. If you aim to eliminate our addictions and housing crises, do not opt into this policy. If you care about public health matters like AIDS and HIV, bloods, transmuted diseases, and overdoses, do not opt into this policy. When it applies to public safety, this policy looks to further criminalize and police our already over-policed residents and communities. The RPS is already the most funded entity through the city. We will see markers for community safety and wellness, and yet we still see markers for community safety and wellness like houselessness, poverty-based crime, and drug overdoses rise or not be alleviated, even as we continue to fund new planes, compounds, resources, alternative response officers, school resource officers, technological advancements, etc. Despite this discrepancy in community safety and massive financial backing for the police, we are still being told by police personnel that this policy is necessary as another tool for them to seize dangerous weapons and keep our neighborhoods safe. Many people on the streets, healthcare workers, frontline workers, housing and addiction support workers, recovering and active addicts, and other community members with experiences pertaining to this policy all agree that harm reduction measures, affordable and supportive housing initiatives, and community-based programs and resources are all major promoters of community safety. Prominent healthcare and harm reduction organizations like Prairie Harm Reduction and AIDS Programming South Saskatchewan have come out in direct opposition to this policy and have said it has the potential to result in the deaths of our community members and make it harder for people to receive the care and community supports, they need. Local healthcare officials over the last day or two in our recent kind of petitioning and asking them questions outside General yesterday, have spoken out about the dangers of this policy and the deadly shift in harm reduction and healthcare practices that it represents. This policy will result in more people being harassed and surveilled by the police. It will result in more people being locked up and incarcerated, and more people using drugs and drug paraphernalia in unsafe environments and with unsafe practices. That is not safety, that is deadly, that is not harm reduction, that is harm production. Now, as public policy, why should we rush this in? I've heard drug users, city councilors, an alternative response officer that presented at a downtown event earlier this year, a director of the street team at the same downtown event, an outreach worker, and healthcare workers outside yesterday and just throughout the last little bit here working around organizing, all say they either don't think this policy will have that much effect or that they don't think its classification of needles, fentanyl, and meth as street weapons is accurate or safe. If there's this level of confusion, distrust, uncertainty, and controversy around a policy, then why should we put it in place without first consulting vulnerable community members and experts? There's no rush to put this in place, unless there's a separate agenda that is reliant on further criminalizing and policing marginalized peoples, mainly poor people, mainly Indigenous people, and mainly drug users and drug addicts. If your agenda is to serve all of our residents' needs and all of their safety, then we should be including poor people, including Indigenous people, and including people who use drugs and drug addicts. If you care about those people, then do not vote to put in a policy that seeks to further harm and disenfranchise them. I thought it would be important to mention that in 2023, while working at the encampment at City Hall, we had a person who's being arrested kind of violently by the police against their will, and I approached filming with a Narcan needle, and I was detained by the police and was questioned by them and told that the police officer arrested me said that he'd been struck with a night needle before, that he was freaked out by it. I can guarantee you I was not walking up to stab him with a needle. I just happened to have it in my hand because I was trying to respond to an overdose that might have been happening around the area. I'll tell you that the person that was being arrested wasn't scared of my needle and wasn't scared of my presence. What they were scared of was the handcuffs, the baton, the gun on the police officer's hip. So if we're going to talk about real weapons that are on these streets, most of them are being carried by the police officers that are in our neighborhoods, in our schools, in our skies, in our malls. I think important things to also be aware of in this in this policy that are dangerous is the things like police discretion. The media and police responding to the media have talked about...
30 seconds left.
Pardon? 30? I've talked about police discretion as a reason why we should push this through bill, or that why this act is important. We shouldn't leave our public safety and matters of criminalizing people up to what police officers think or what their vague description of a weapon can mean in certain contexts. We're also, the important thing I mentioned before is income assistance. I don't care who you are, if you're not on income assistance or if you are, the idea of taking public supports away from people who need it or things that they're going to feed their family with tied to new acts without consulting the very people that are going to be affected by this bill, and that act is really irresponsible and downright immoral to me, and I'll forfeit my time there.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Turnbull has a question. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here. You mentioned something that I do have some interest in, which is the Noxolone pen and the Narcan pen. For those who don't know, well, actually, can you describe what that is?
Yeah, Narcan and naloxone is a popular treatment for people experiencing overdose. I think some people like APSS or Shiloh even could talk about it more because they work with that stuff. But the idea is that the naloxone is an intramuscular needle that if someone was experiencing an overdose, you can insert into their muscle and put plunge the needle, and it's pretty fast acting, and it would counter the effects of an overdose. So often that's paired with a response from civilians or often healthcare professionals, and even EMS people use Narcan and naloxone to respond to overdoses when they're fatal, when people need intervention.
So SHA, the city, we have those Noxolone kits things, and so that is actually a needle, like it would fit the thing along with EpiPens, and they're both life-saving devices. How do you feel about those possibly being weapons?
Yeah, I think it's just not true. You can smother someone with a pillow. Does that mean that we should take pillows away from people? This is the idea is a needle is not a weapon just because it has been used as a weapon, just as because people have heightened intense experiences where they might have thought that someone was going to stab them with a needle or whatever it is. You cannot create legislation or policy that empowers police to use their discretion on people who are using an item that is not a lethal weapon or not something that's actually a public threat. So classifying these things as street weapons, I think, to me, and I don't want to conspiracy head it so much, but it's just true, it's to me part of an agenda. If we're gonna criminalize and make it seem like needles are dangerous, and therefore the people that use needles and therefore the people that use safe supply tactics and harm reduction and rely on supports for safe use are criminals and dangerous, and that we need further legislation to police them, to criminalize them, to affect their licenses, affect their, to fine them, to incarcerate them, then I don't think it's so wild to speak to the last person. This could be part of an agenda to clear the streets of people that are using these, or to further criminalize them, and then introduce options that aren't in line with harm reduction. So as we dismantle harm reduction responses, things like needles, things like safe use practices, it opens the door for the private sector through treatment plans, through similar to what they're doing in Alberta with involuntary treatment, then to open up that option and say, okay, we're criminalizing people and we're actively demonizing harm reduction, and we need to take a jagged turn or a shift into another direction. So I think that's where the fear comes from. But to answer the first question, it's just not right. Needles aren't weapons. When I got detained for holding a Narcan needle, I know in my heart of hearts I wasn't doing anything with it, and I don't think I want to live in a society where there's actual legislation that bars me from walking around with a Narcan needle because someone, because of their discretion, might be able to arrest me or fine me or anything like that.
I'm from a point of privilege, but I also am a medical family, so I also carry around 3 needles almost at any given point in time. So how does it affect medical families or people with disabilities like mine who may be carrying around needles for medical purposes?
For sure. I mean, if it's going to be policed by the discretion, I mean, it's up to the officer. So this legislation has been spoken about as like a tool for law enforcement to use their discretion to charge people or to seize things from them. And in the media, it's been used quite soft. But the reality is, if there's legislation that says having a needle, a hypodermic needle, is against the law and can be up to a $5,000 fine, up to a year in jail, all these things, then it means, especially if you fit a certain description, but I don't know, if a police officer thinks that you look dangerous with that needle that day, or your kid used whatever, then it's up to their discretion. And I don't think that we need to be forcing through legislation that leaves that amount of power and also that amount of threat to vulnerable people. And I think people are going to speak about it later, but it's just important to like hammer home that this is like, it affects Indigenous people at an insane rate that we're going to they're already over-policed. We also already have this insane police presence. They're overrepresented in our incarcerated numbers. They're overrepresented in how they're policed in communities and things like that, that maybe you wouldn't have to worry about, but a medical family that fits the markers for often what's over-policed in this city could easily be misrepresented as dangerous or carrying a weapon because they have medical needs that differ with this bill's description of a deadly weapon.
Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to establish the police can already arrest someone if they use something like a machete, a hammer, a knife as a weapon. I think most people in the community aren't too concerned about the things that we already see being used as weapons. Am I correct in assuming that you and perhaps other folks here, the main concern is with things like hypodermic needles and drugs being now considered weapons, which would, I think many would say is more of a healthcare issue. Is that a correct assumption? Or
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people's reports, actually, I shouldn't speak for the rest delegates, I haven't seen what people are going to say, but I've gotten hung up on the needle side of things just because that's something that's provided right now. We don't have like safe supply that's giving out clean fentanyl and stuff like that, so it's not a healthcare provider thing. Needles are common in thing, but no, we're upset with, and not just me, it's a lot of people in the city are upset with the idea that fentanyl, meth, and needles are being aligned with the deadliness to as a public safety risk, as someone having a machete, someone having bear spray, someone having explosive devices are in that. I don't understand what kind of world we're living in 2025 where we need specific legislation to say that explosive devices have to be seized or have to be policed. We live in that reality already. So I think that's the idea of, if we're going to lump in, if people want to have public safety legislation around weapons and things that are terrorizing the community, that's a conversation. This is a different one. Having drugs and having needles classified in the same level of weapon as an explosive device, that's a different conversation. And we can't be having policy put in place. I've talked to councillors in the lead up to this, and some of the councillors said they have to look into it more. But they can also acknowledge that they don't agree with the drugs being classified as weapons to the same extent. They don't agree with that. If you don't agree with that, then don't opt into a policy that goes against something you agree with. So that's why I ask all of you that are going to be voting on this today. If you don't like bear spray, if you don't like machetes, if you don't like explosive devices, join the club. A lot of people don't like those things. But don't vote on policy that's also going to impact an entire class of people, our neighbors. People have like relatives. We have a drug and addictions crisis in Regina. A lot of people use on the streets and just in our houses and in our communities. Don't vote in policy that also is going to affect them and criminalize them for something that you are probably okay with, or you want them to have better options than being in a prison cell or being unable to make their payments or being criminalized even further than drug users in our city already are.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Appreciate the last comment and question by Councillor Flores and the clarity you brought through there. I think the heart of this is the discretion needed to figure out a needle from a weapon. And I was just curious, when you had your incident through the houseless encampment and you were detained, someone had to show discretion whether to charge you or not and understand why you had the needle. What was that experience like for you, and how was that discretion ascertained? Through the chair.
I actually got the thing on video. I think it was on a former phone. I think I put in some group chat, so you might see a post in the next couple of days. I think it is relevant to with this conversation. But you can hear my voice. I'm a black man. I've seen videos of black men and people of color being shot by the police over a lot of things and over discretion. Not as quite as much in this country, obviously in the States, but it's still, I've seen that image, and it's very scary to be in a moment where police officers are across from you. So all that to say, in the video, you can hear my voice kind of catches. I stutter a lot. He asks what's in my hand. I stutter, and then he says, drop it, and I drop it. And that's kind of, then he says you're detained, and we go back and forth, and he calls me an SJW and calls me this and that and whatever. There's a whole video about it. But I was very scared in that moment. I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong. The only reason I approached, and also the video, hopefully I can find it and I'll post it, it shows that like the guy's kicking the guy's leg. I know the guy who was getting arrested. He's kicking his leg. He's yelling at him. He calls him a dumbass in the video. He says rude things to him. And then I say, hey, yo, like, chill out. And the police officer turns around and says, what he said? And I said, he's just high. Like, he's just high. And he's like, yeah, I know meth's a hell of a drug. And I said, okay, if you know he's high, then chill out kind of thing. And they told me to get off the road. As I approached with the needle, I didn't even know it was in my hand. It was at the end of like a 16-hour shift at the encampment. I was pretty tired. And that's the point of discretion that was provided to me. So it was pretty quick, it was pretty harsh. And I know if I was in a different head state, or if I had been in a less privileged position, I might have ran away. I might have not even been able to circulate in that area freely, in a sense, because I'm so terrified of police and stuff like that. So I was scared. I couldn't imagine someone who's high on drugs, who has warrants, who has bad experiences and traumatizing experiences with police. So for sure, I felt some kind of way about it. But I think when you're putting this policy through, think about the people that are really going to be policed by this policy. It's not going to be me as much. It's going to be poor people, it's going to be Indigenous people, it's going to be drug users on the streets that we see active. We live, this city hall is in downtown. Walk around and see the people that are actively on the streets and actively using. Those are the people that are going to be policed. And they have very, very, very valid reasons to be fearful of the police, because they have to interact with police constantly. And a lot of those interactions go negatively or have lifelong impacts on them and their family and their family's ability to move forward in a regular, stable condition. So I was scared, but don't think of my fear. Think of the realistic fear that people are going to have to confront if this policy is followed through, to the discretion of how some officers, whether you like police or not, are not just all swell people and really nice people and give everyone the benefit of the doubt. That's just not the case. It's like any job, but I don't have to get into that.
Appreciate that. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-181, Florence Stratton. I know I already made you do this once already, Florence, but I'll have to get you to do it again. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing, if any, in this instance, the city you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Florence Stratton. This time I'm representing myself. I'm calling on City Council to vote against opting into the Saskatchewan Safe Public Spaces Act, an act that, according to the provincial government, quote, promotes safety in public urban spaces by regulating the possession, transportation, and storage of items that may be used as street weapons, such as knives, hypodermic needles, machetes, and bear spray, as well as dangerous drugs such as fentanyl. The adoption of the act will have a number of damaging consequences. I will start with the money question. Budget time is almost upon us. What impact might opting into this act have on Regina Police Service budget? In 2025, the RPS operating budget was $122.5 million. That's almost 1/5 of the city's operating budget. Already far too much. A number of other harmful consequences will follow if drugs and hypodermic needles are included in the classification of street weapons. One will be increased police surveillance and harassment of unhoused people. Not too long ago, I asked a number of unhoused people to tell me what their interactions with Regina Police Service were like. This was the standard reply. I'm walking down the street carrying my possessions, and an officer pulls up in a police car and asks me where I'm going. If the Safe Public Spaces Act is adopted as is, the RPS will be even more empowered to harass and charge unhoused people. Regina is already waging a war against the unhoused. The clearing of encampments in the name of public safety, for example, and the bylaw against being in a city park after 11 p.m. Where do the people who run the city expect unhoused people to go at night? There aren't enough shelter spaces even for the 824 unhoused people who were counted in Regina's 2024 point-in-time count, not to mention all those who went uncounted. There's also a bylaw against drinking in public spaces. When I want to drink, I have a house to do it in. Are unhoused people not supposed to drink? An adoption of the act with drugs and hypodermic needles included in the classification of street weapons will, in other words, further criminalize unhoused people. It will also discourage safe substance use practices. It is a common belief that addictions is the cause of houselessness. In fact, there is evidence to show that it is often the other way around, that many people start using drugs or alcohol as a way of dealing with the pain and stress of houselessness. Last week, I attended the Namarin Conference on Housing and Homelessness. One of the speakers was a man who described himself as a former drug user. He told us how he had been born into a dysfunctional family, which resulted in him starting to live in the street when he was 13. Shortly after, he began using drugs. Over the years, he went through many treatment programs, but no sooner was he off drugs than he ended up back on the street, and as a result, back on drugs. What finally allowed him to stay off drugs was housing. As he said, at the age of 43, he stopped using drugs because he was housed. Not all unhoused people in Regina use drugs, but I'm quite sure that if I were unhoused, I would soon begin using as a way of coping, of killing the pain. But I am very unlikely to become houseless, as I was born with white middle-class privilege. Many of us born with these privileges are in fact addicted to various substances, but we have houses in which to practice our addictions. The vast majority of unhoused people in Regina are Indigenous. As Jesse Thistle reminds us, Indigenous homelessness in Canada, quote, can be explained and solutions envisaged only if we pay attention to the broader legacy of marginalization and displacement created by settler colonialism. The Safe Public Spaces Act has little to do with public safety. Unhoused people, the main targets of the act, are amongst the least safe. 118 unhoused people are known to have died last year because they were unhoused. Let's put our city's resources into ending houselessness, and thus take a step toward really making our city safer, and also toward undoing the colonial legacy of the displacement of Indigenous people. Please, Regina City Council, vote no to opting into Saskatchewan Safe Public Spaces Act. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there's any questions from my colleagues. Don't see any this round for you, so thank you for your presentation, Florence. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-180, Amber Janish. Is Amber Janish in the gallery? Okay, we'll move to Delegation D 25-182, Olivia Parker. Olivia Parker? Okay, we'll move to Delegation D 25-183, Vidya Dar Reddy. Good afternoon. Once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
To the Chair, thank you for this opportunity to talk to the City Council. My name is Vidya Dar Reddy. I'm the Education and Research Specialist with the AIDS Program South Saskatchewan. We are located at 1325 Albert Street in North Central Regina. And we are basically a harm reduction service that has existed since 1986. And I'm here today to talk about how some parts of the Safe Public Spaces Act creates barriers to harm reduction to prevent the spread of HIV, hepatitis C infections, as well as reduce drug toxicity deaths and overdoses. Saskatchewan is facing one of the highest rates of HIV rates in Canada. We have 3 times the national average at 19.4 per 100,000 people, compared to the rest of Canada, which is 6.1 per 100,000 people. And we have among the highest rates of hepatitis C as well as syphilis infections. And drug toxicity deaths, merely looking at the Saskatchewan Coroner's Drug Toxicity Report, which is updated on a monthly basis, is a tragic read. These are not statistics we should accept. These are people burdened with infections and lives that could have been saved. At this critical time, Regina City Council is considering the Safe Public Spaces Act. But let me be very clear, the act is not about safety. It criminalizes survival. It punishes people for possessing sterile needles, harm reduction supplies, or even small amounts of substances for personal use. This act directly contradicts the federal government's Good Samaritan Act, which offers protections for people who are trying to save a life. Suppose, and you know, naloxone is a drug that is used to reverse the effects of opioids. Opioids, especially fentanyl and its analogs, are killing the majority of people related to drug toxicity overdoses. So what could this act do? It will push people to hide. It will push people to use substances alone and often die alone. This approach is not only harmful, it's also colonial. It runs directly against the spirit of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. I think it runs against the call to action number 19, where we have to correct the discrepancies in health inequities that exist between the Indigenous people and the rest of Canada, right? So Indigenous people bear the heaviest burden of these preventable harms. Everything we're talking about is totally preventable. HIV, hepatitis C, syphilis, or drug toxicity deaths. None of these need to happen. And nobody needs to experience greater harm than the rest of the majority, right? And it's just going to perpetuate stigma, punishment, and loss. And it's also, sometimes if you look at the drug toxicity report, you'll see that it's not just it severely and disproportionately affects Indigenous people, but the next biggest group of people or race are the Caucasian people, right? So we run one of the busiest needle exchanges in the province. We've distributed over 400,000 needles and collected the same amount through that exchange. We also have a reportneedles.ca website where we've collected from, incidentally, Regina is the only city that has a website where you can report needles. And since April 2021, we've collected over 39,000 needles. And we are supported by the government of Saskatchewan's Ministry of Health. The Needle Exchange is a partnership with the Saskatchewan Health Authority. The city of Regina, too, have been long-time supporters of our harm reduction services. And this reportneedles.ca, we are able to identify hotspots about where there's a high community needle incidence and direct targeted harm reduction interventions there. We've got a partnership with the University of Regina's social work department that is a research partnership.
Okay, I'll get you to wrap up.
Yeah, so classifying needles as dangerous weapons is going to completely derail infection control measures as well as preventing drug toxicity deaths and overdoses.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. A couple questions for you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just maybe picking up on what you're getting at there. Can you confirm the time frame for picking up 39,000 needles? Was that April to now?
Yeah, April 2021. No, sorry, April 2023 to now.
April 2023 to now, 39,000 needles. Am I correct that I heard you say that you distributed but also received 400,000
Yeah, the exchange operates on a one-to-one basis. You bring 10 needles or 1,000 needles to us, we will give you the same number of needles.
Thank you. Through the chair, you mentioned, I believe, that our HIV rates are 3 times the national average. My question is, can you expand a little bit further on what you see happen with the folks that you see in terms of how needles are used, right? So, I don't have a lot of experience in this, but where my question is, and so that's my first question. My second question, can you elaborate a little bit further on your worries as to if we criminalize needles and or these specific drugs, why you feel that may result in more deaths in our community? I'd just like some of your expertise there, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that excellent question. So the logic is very, very simple. In a hospital setting, we use everything new every time. The reason? To prevent the transmission of infections. In a community setting where people are using substances, injection substances especially, if we do not offer these harm reduction supplies, then the risk of sharing needles is very high. And in Saskatchewan, the high rates of HIV, the evidence says it is driven mainly by unsafe injection substance use, followed by unsafe or unprotected sex. But unsafe injection substance use or sharing of needles is one of the main drivers for Saskatchewan's highest rates of HIV in Canada, consistently for the past so many years.
Thank you through the chair. That's great context. And then just maybe elaborate for me on how this act, in terms of how it treats needles, how that may impact those rates, right? I think you were alluding to before, if I heard you correctly, or one of the delegates perhaps said, folks may be further pushed to the sidelines in unsafe areas. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate for me on, if you may, perhaps it won't, but if you feel this act may create an environment where there's more unsafe usage or not. I'm looking for your perspective, not a leading question.
I'll give you a very concrete example. When we used to run the needle exchange 5 days a week, we used to run it at a particular point in time from Tuesday to Saturday. And the SHA has another needle exchange on Hamilton Streets where they run it from Monday to Friday. But we had one day that was not covered. And when we engaged with the clients and asked them on needs-based surveys, they said, oh, that is reused Sundays. So then we went back to SHA and said, we need to change something. We need to work out a program where one of us has an exchange open throughout the week. Right now, we're open 365 days a year, including statutory holidays and so on. Yeah. So the impact that would have is if I don't have access to new needles, I'm going to try and clean it as best as I can, which is completely unacceptable. Medically, a total no-no. They're going to share needles.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. You might not remember me, but you actually did my naloxone training.
I see.
But back to the naloxone. With that being a needle, do you think that people may be more fearful to carry it around, and that might go against the efforts of the health authority and the harm reduction if people are afraid to carry naloxone around?
To the chair, thank you for that question. Absolutely. The Saskatchewan Health Authority's take-home naloxone program is the main supplies we receive are the injectable naloxone. There is a nasal spray as well that is available, but that is extremely expensive. So the take-home naloxone program uses the injectable kits, extensively. And those are the kits that we use as well. Now, suppose needles are, and we always encourage anybody who has substance use dependencies or addictions to always carry a naloxone kit with them, because that is part of harm reduction. Suppose they're overdosing and I come across them, I don't have a kit, but I know what to do. I'll be able to use their kit to save their lives. And we've done this many times over. In fact, I think it was, I was driving down, I don't know whether we have time for stories, but I was driving down Regina Avenue with my daughter, and I saw a young man lying on an uncovered bus stop with his phone next to him, with his keys next to him, and completely unconscious. He was, I called EMS, but I fortunately carry the nasal spray naloxone with me. We jumped out, we did a wellness check, called emergency services. They said, go ahead and administer the naloxone, gave him 2 doses. EMS lined it up. They said, he's okay, don't worry. So everybody can make a difference. But if you take away my naloxone, and if you prevent people who are dealing with addictions from possessing naloxone or safe supplies, you're going to put them in harm's way.
Okay, and we're talking with Regina. Does Regina, to my knowledge, Regina has a higher rate of overdose deaths than anywhere else in the province. Is that correct?
Yes. If you look at the Saskatchewan coroner's drug toxicity report, you look at the confirmed deaths, the highest number, I'm not sure the difference in population between Saskatoon and Regina, but we continue to lead the province in the number of drug toxicity deaths.
Yeah, my numbers are a bit off. I think like 2 years ago we almost did that. So, and then my other question, so the naloxone is one of the needles I carry. Another one I carry is an EpiPen, which is again for like saving lives. So what would you say about that?
I think the Act very specifically states that it excludes medical supplies. It may exclude naloxone as well, I have no idea. But again, there is a little bit of discretion as far as, like some of my, other speakers mentioned. I mean, it leaves, the decision in the hands of law enforcement.
Yeah, so I think my interpretation would be the same as yours, and we'll ask them, but it's up to the discretion of the police, I believe. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Is the discretion to the police, is that correct? Like whether it's medical or not?
Yeah, but I think they have specified that medical supplies are excluded. They're not going to be treated as a thing. But the problem is, are harm reduction supplies going to be treated as medical supplies or not? We have no idea, right? So if they do treat them as weapons, then we've lost the battle against these infections.
And so do you issue medical documentation with your needles or your
No, it
naloxone
is
to
a-
show that they are medical, or how would someone know that they're medical or not?
There's
Or
no
who
way-
they belong to?
Yeah, it's just a regular packaging that needles come in, and they be carrying it with them.
So just be discretion?
Yeah, it's
So-
discretion, yeah. It would be their discretion.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, and it's great to see you here.
Thank you.
Okay, I see a number of questions still, so I'll get you to come back. We're gonna take our mandatory break. Mr. Reddy, I have more questions from counselors for you, but we have to take a mandatory 15-minute break. So are you okay? We have to take a 15-minute break, but you can take a break too. But we'll get you to come back to the podium there once we come back from our break at 4:39. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and I'll go to Councillor Burton for questions for our delegation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, today we've had a number of delegates suggest that the police are always characterized as aggressive and people with these potentially dangerous items are always benevolent. You described harm reduction supplies, that there's uncertainty there. My question to you is, are you suggesting that police would take away harm reduction supplies?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not sure about what they'll do with needles that they find, on people, which are basically harm reduction supplies. I hope they don't. And also, I'm not suggesting that the police are somehow some kind of, a rogue force out here. No, we work in coalition with them as well. We even used to have a coffee with the cops kind of program where the police would come. Even Chief Evan Bray has served coffee right outside the exchange to people coming in to pick up their needles. They've shared photographs of their family, their kids, their school, all kinds of things. So it's possible to strengthen community policing without endangering the lives of people who are dealing with addictions or substance use dependencies. That's all. We are worried about them losing access to those safe supplies, being arrested because they called. Let's say I was using with a group of people. I have a little bit of fentanyl for my own personal use, and I call. I use naloxone, and the EMS arrives, the police arrive, and they pick me up and charge me. Which, again, the Good Samaritan Act protects me from that kind of arrest or charges because I only have small amounts of substances for my own personal use. So it contravenes that very act itself because now I'm not going to call, I'm not going to stay, I'm going to run.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Okay. So what I've heard in conversations leading up to this is a lot of folks say, well, if you're not using it as a weapon, like, why do you worry, right? Like, police can already do things about it. And so if you're not using it as a weapon, don't worry about it, right? So how would you address those kind of sentiments? Because I feel like from your perspective, you have insights that like everyday folks probably don't get to see.
Yeah, so we work, in the community. We are frontline harm reduction service. We are a completely apolitical service as well. And we see overdoses all the time, especially on the street too, right? So when a person is experiencing an overdose, they are not capable of dealing with law enforcement like a person who's not under the influence. Right? So if they engage with, when they come into contact with law enforcement, then, and they find that they have a small amount of substance on themselves or they have these harm reduction supplies, they can easily be charged, and hauled off to jail or whatever else they're going to do. Okay. So it's going to affect them adversely.
All right. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-187, Akakos Calf-Child Dubois. I apologize with my pronunciation. I'll maybe get you to help me correct that. Thank you for coming. Once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Aning kakana Jansikakyo Okinik Sagawaks. Achakos Couchal the Bar, Nijanakatsi, Weezawin, Shiga, Muskiki, Gwe, Nitana, Nashabe, Weezawin. Askipiring is gone aganik, Natonchi, Shigwa, Oganaka, Sataki, Nataya, Natanigoa, Axistowaki, Gi, Natambatoto, Sixaka, So in summary, I'm a Chacos. I both live and work downtown, and I guess I'm representing the Matrix Collective. Yeah. I'm here today to ask what constitutes as weaponization, as safety, as violence, on behalf of my lived experience. Harm reduction is often compartmentalized by settlers to be safe for supply or accessible rehabilitation. But what if I told you that harm reduction includes the ability to cope, to choose, which, believe it or not, enables healing and recovery? What if I told you that drug users face more violence than the people you consider to be citizens that deserve protection? That substance use is an issue of public health and ongoing settler colonialism as opposed to criminal deviancy. There is a better and performative irony in witnessing people wear orange shirts and acknowledging the land when they do not have the integrity to recognize and embrace the lives of the survivors coping on the streets that are built upon histories that once nourished and housed their ancestors. Harm reduction requires sellers to stop saying that they will do better, that they will not forget, and start changing the future by accepting that people deserve to live within it, for recognition is not enough. Harm reduction requires you to accept that you might be part of the problem. And for the citizens who allege they fear for their safety, is your fear rooted in fact or is it biases? What will enabling further dispossession and trauma do to people who already have no access to spaces to use in private nor adequate mental health treatment? What purpose does ticketing serve when the person does not have enough money to eat, let alone house themselves or approach rehabilitation? Harm reduction requires you to wear your red dress pins with integrity and understand why vulnerable people choose to arm themselves. And are they vulnerable or are they targeted? This policy does not implicate nor maintain safety. Rather, it is a form of weaponization and a refusal to give up privilege in exchange for equity. As an Indigenous femme who has survived everything from addictions to houselessness to kidnapping and attempted murder, why do you think it is policing that I fear the most? It is because policing inherently challenges the ability for me and my nations to govern and defend ourselves, to determine safety within a context that protects humanity above settler notions of property, and to find a means to assert ourselves with an occupation that does not enable violence rooted in our removal. What does safety mean to you if not maintenance of the settler state and its ability to remove us from the land without reprisal or consequence? Why is vibrancy affiliated with capitalism and consumerism and not life itself? What constitutes as reconciliation when you deny us the right to cope, let alone heal? You can ignore our constitutional inherent rights and displace us further with incarceration and occupation, but this is still not your land, for it doesn't recognize you and it never will. The longer that settlers silence us, from fear that we will expose the lie that colonization equals civilization, the more oppressive your society becomes. But your negligence is not our weight to carry, for it is you who is oppressed the most. Kego manachon sink is yagen, ikse.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I see Councilor Turnbull has his question. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here and for your presentation. I heard the sentence there that you said you survived attempted murder.
Yeah.
That's insane. So I'm privileged that that hasn't happened to me, but I was wondering, what does it mean to be able to self-defend yourself or be able to carry something to protect yourself?
Well, it depends. That's what I asked what weaponization is. Because why is it a weapon when somebody uses drugs or what have you? And like, why am I the one that is considered to be dangerous as opposed to society and the people that are antagonizing us?
And so when you or I or anyone walks downtown late at night or in a dangerous situation, do you feel reassured to maybe have like keys between your fingers or like something to protect yourself?
I think that's
from
universal.
Danger?
Yeah.
And so when someone, let's say, doesn't have a place to sleep or they live downtown and they're with their belongings, do you feel better or feel more protected if you have something to protect yourself? Like do you have anything to protect yourself?
I think that's universal.
I'm sorry?
I think that's pretty common sense.
Yeah. So do you feel better being able to protect yourself and being able yourself to carry something to protect yourself from someone who's maybe much larger than you or a gang.
Sure.
Yeah. So like, how does this potential law affect your ability to carry something to protect yourself from someone from harming you?
I guess there probably an inquiry as to what constitutes as weapons, because I'm trying to articulate and like defend the right for Indigenous people to determine choice.
Yeah. So, well, we'll be asking the administration and the police these questions later, so I can't answer those questions.
Yeah.
But thank you for sharing your experiences. I really appreciate that and your time to be here.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thanks for your presentation. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation D25-188, Shiloh Stevenson. And I understand you were going to smudge before you get started there. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, go ahead whenever you're ready, and then I'll read you the preamble, as you've probably heard many times already.
That may have never had the opportunity to smudge or don't know what to do when we smudge. The teaching is not to replace any of that, but it's just to share in a good way and come together. So we smudge our eyes so we see good things. We smudge our mouth so we speak good things. We smudge our ears so we hear good things. We smudge our head so we can think good things. We smudge our heart so we can feel good things. And we smudge our feet so we can walk a good path. I also smudge some of my Nimisamis, Nokamis, my grandmothers, my grandfathers, my helpers. So you'll see people smudging their hats or their feathers or things like that. And that's just a simple teaching of smudging that I wanted to share before I get into my speech here.
Okay. And I'll just do my quick introduction, so then once you're ready, you can go ahead. So I'll get you to again introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in, and then you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council and answer any questions afterwards. So whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Thank you. For the first time ever, I actually wrote things down. So. Buzu Anisko Kinoa, Chimiguich Manitou, Chimiguich Nimiso Miss Nokamis, Chimiguich Mama, Neen Kiwe Tinga Nipwit, Kiwe Tin no Dunga Nipwit, Northwind Standing, Neen Skabe, Shiloh Stevenson, Regina Nitinska. So I greet you all, my relatives. I give thanks to our Creator, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, Mother Earth, for all the medicines and everything she provides for us. introduce myself as Kiwetin Nodunganipwit Northwind Standing. That's who I am as a spirit here. I've been sent here in our traditional way as a human, as a Skabe or Skapios for the Cree. And my name is Shiloh Stevenson. I brought a gift today that I want to sort of just hand off to council to keep, and it's wheatgrass. And you guys can take a peek at it, look at it, pass it around. Sweetgrass sits in the south for our emotional health. It's our Nimama, our Mother Earth's hair. So when you look at it, it's got a soft fragrance to remind us that we are to be gentle, loving, and kind to each other. One strand alone is not very strong, but when braided together, it has a lot more strength. Sweetgrass will bend, but it does not break easily. It teaches that injustices can be handled with kindness, and we can bend without breaking. As September 30th is days away, many folks will race to the nearest store or to their closet to grab their orange shirts to fit in with others, who may or may not truly understand the importance of that day. For myself, I have a different understanding than each and every one of you and everybody in the gallery of what September 30th is. I ask each and every one of you to reflect on as to what it is that is behind Orange Shirt Day, which is now recognized as the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Look back at that teaching of Sweetgrass, how one strand alone is not as strong as when braided together. For Phyllis, who created and shared her story about the orange shirt, she was that one strand, and now we have a country that's braided to recognize the trauma and injustices she faced as a child, as have many other Indigenous people, as they were forced into residential school. By not cooperating by going to school, her parents faced penalties such as beatings, their home being burned down, and most likely jail time. Jail time for having a rule that isn't factored into their culture or way of life. We all know that it happened. Yes, we know it wasn't the best era for the government to admit to, and we hope that all levels of government learn from it. But have they? Look at what's being presented in front of you right now. As a young, deadly Anishinaabe man that has lived experience with living both sides of Canadian life, I have ample knowledge that may come to how you decide to support or not support this act. We have this thing called the Criminal Code of Canada. It's primarily enforced by police agencies such as RCMP, Tribal Police, and even the Regina Police Service. I'm certain you all heard of it. Minister Tim MacLeod has said the coming into force of this act will empower law enforcement and give them an important tool to appropriately address individuals that use street weapons to intimidate or harm people in public spaces. I'm sure that we can all agree on as a good statement to protect us as individuals. But doesn't the criminal code already do that? So why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? What I see is a more broadened legal option on attacking Anishinaabe people who are still trying to recover from the harms of residential school. Several of the items listed are already included in the Criminal Code of Canada, but now we have included hypodermic needles, methamphetamine, and fentanyl, and any other prescribed item as defined by that officer. As Just Bins just shared the stats of crime for Regina, I'm curious to see what the stats are for needle attacks or assaults. I've been on the front lines for over 5 years, and I have never heard of one. I'm certain there has been, but I have not seen any. So maybe Minister MacLeod is watching too much action movies where hostages are being taken at needlepoint. I don't know. I'm not sure if anyone here remembers a couple winters ago when the commissioner physically grabbed me and dragged me outside in the middle of a smudge. He told me I was releasing a biohazardous smoke in City Hall, and maybe once again it was Brucey's time to shine and save City Hall and remove the threat of the spiritual smudge and the little Anishinaabe man, myself, that was the terrorist. Many folks came and offered apologies afterwards, and who knows what would have happened if Wayne Mantika did not step in between us from me getting physical after I set the feather and the smudge down. In an instant like that, if this act is passed, I could have been deemed a dangerous man with a smudge, a feather, and my two-tone Grover arms.
About 30 seconds left.
Okay. Looking back at that incident in a funny way is good as we healed and were able to share the importance of our ancestors and our medicines. But man, it's 2025 and we're still showing that being Anishinaabe is criminal in so many people's eyes. An example is being told that I may not be allowed to smudge prior to speaking today, even though the request went in last week. It would have been a violation of my human rights and, more importantly, the sacredness of calling on my ancestors to be with me here today. So I kindly ask that we use this as a learning experience and ask that further request to smudge be honored with a policy to be set in place as per the calls to action. But back to the discussion at hand.
So
just
get you to summarize if you could.
I'm going to summarize the last paragraph here. A couple weeks ago, a counselor came out, asked what I was doing here, and I was there just to observe the rally. Then he went on to say, no, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at the legislative? He was not educated. He did not know what it was up to the municipality for you guys to act. And, you know, by voting in favor of this, it'll take us a big step back with all the work we've done for reconciliation. It'll take us back a century and hurt our people for being neglected and looked down upon by mainstream society, for people that are self-medicating as no one wanted to deal with the Indian. So now when we put our orange shirts on, I do ask, why are you wearing it and who for? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I see some questions for you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Hi, Shiloh. Thank you for sharing that. I know you were running a little bit out of time and you were talking about taking a step back. Can you please elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah. So when we created Camp Hope, we've taken a lot of steps since then about helping our lost, hungry, and forgotten people, bringing forward them out of alleys, vacant garages, and being able to seek the help. It's not happening as fast as some people would like, so we are now criminalizing it because it seems like it's a hindrance, is the way I interpret that. So all the work that all these agencies and other speakers and advocates and community agencies have done, bringing healing to these people, our relatives on the street, to move forward in healthy ways in their lives. It's by enabling this act, it just goes against everything that we've worked for since Camp Hope, which was in honor of Camp Marjorie.
Thank you. And for folks that may not perhaps see the connection as to, you know, this is painted as for safety, right? And maybe they don't see the connection as to what impact it could have. And we've spoken about Indigenous communities specifically. Could you help us understand why is it important for us to consider that?
We go back for the past 150 years documented and prior to that about the injustices that Indigenous people have faced in regards to being forced to residential school. When we wear our orange shirts, we think of Phyllis and how, you know, there was the most beautiful shirt that she had. She got to school and it got taken away. But that's one of hundreds of thousands of stories across Canada. Many of our relatives, including myself, resorted to self-medicating with drugs and alcohol to deal with those traumas. I'm a third-generation survivor, so I grew up without a dad, having these challenges moving into what we call mainstream society, or the world as we see it. And the challenges that I have and that I face as an Indigenous person is twice as hard because of the racism, the stigmas, and because of the neglect. We sort of resort to ourselves and gather ourselves and go into hiding. So by enabling this act, we're taking that step back, and the importance of the Indigenous culture and the Indigenous consultation that was lacked by the provincial government is the effects it'll have long term on it. You know, we've learned in residential school and in times like that it wasn't the easiest or the best just to force Indigenous people into doing things that what you think is best without consulting.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you for sharing your medicine and for being here. One strand is not as strong as when they're braided together. Appreciate that gift. To your knowledge, has there been any Indigenous consultation with you or any other of your connections on this?
No, and sitting here this afternoon, I've checked in with some of the MLAs, with the NDP. I emailed Minister McLeod about it, haven't heard back, but the NDP MLAs said there was no consultation. It was just sort of when we brought it to them for awareness. Talked to the chief of my tribal council, my First Nation and neighboring communities. Up until this afternoon, nobody knew anything about it, so they're going to start talking more at local levels. And in Indigenous communities, we have the authority to enforce these acts anyway through band council resolutions. So it's just sort of the icing on the cake when they include that Indigenous communities have a right to opt in or out when we already self-govern our own land.
Okay, sorry, just wanted to clarify. I wasn't sure if I heard you right. Did you say that you emailed MLA Tim McLeod and he said there was or was not?
No, I haven't got a response from Mr.
haven't.
McLeod, but
Okay.
then I talked with Betty Nippy Albright,
Okay.
and she just hasn't heard anything about it until we brought it forward to her a few weeks ago.
Okay, and who's we? Sorry.
Sorry, the agency, and I forgot to introduce that. It's called We Cheetazon, and in Soto that means help yourself, and it's a well-bridie group, so we use the 12 steps of AANA, but using culture and ceremony to heal.
And can you tell me a little bit about that, like who you represent and how many members and?
Yeah, so it's a North American-wide movement. We've come to realize that the AANA models don't work. Being told again with Indigenous people that this is what you got to do to be sober and in recovery to heal yourself and your nation. We just sort of restructured it where we do the steps, but we also include ceremonies. So we travel to sweats and sun dances and round dances, powwows and things like that. So in Regina, the We Cheetazon well-bridie group meets twice a week, and we have over 50 people involved, and they're all in active recovery. So we have reunification with families, we have supervised visits with families, we have people coming in seeking that help, and it's on their own time. Like it's just, hey, when you're ready to talk, so we plant that seed, eventually we all get to that rock bottom and they come forward, and it's moving along, but maybe not as fast as some people would like, but we are moving along.
If given the opportunity, do you think that your organization would like to consult on this or have opinion on it?
Yeah, we would for sure like to be involved and sort of, put our 2 cents in and just say, hey, like, this is not the way, and sort of share some of our stats that are being recorded through Roots to Wellness at the University of Regina. So.
Okay, and then you mentioned you were here previously and that you were asked why you weren't at the province. At that time, council didn't know. We found out on Friday. So we were told on Friday, so myself and my colleagues simply did not know. Okay.
Do you have a question in there?
No, sorry. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your spirit.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-189, Mirtha Rivera. Once you're seated, I'll get you to do the same. Introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mirtha Rivera. I've been living in Regina for 50 years. I came directly from Chile as a political refugee from a third world country. And I know really well what it is to survive and what it is to be oppressed. As someone who has worked with people with disabilities, visible and invisible, people dealing with mental health, as well as women escaping from violence. I am concerned about the criminalization of people living on the street and having all that I mentioned to deal on top of it. The Safe Public Spaces Act is misleadingly named because it will not increase the safety of people who have no safe places to live. Safety is increased by means of affordable shelter, meaning housing with lockable doors and supported services to wrap around their daily lives. Criminalizing people who are forced to live in the public spaces only makes their situation worse, and taking away the weapons they keep for self-defense does not decrease their chance of facing violence. When you look at them and how they survive and fend for their lives every second, not knowing if they will make it, remember that they didn't say, okay, I'll live on the street now. It's not a choice. It's the failure of supports, and we as a society value money and comfort and not valuing and respecting the most vulnerable. Social and economic problems cannot be solved by policing the most visible victims of an unjust system. Many people use needles, not only for self-defense use. Many of them use it for health reasons. If needles are to be defined as weapons, should every diabetic person who uses insulin be charged with carrying a weapon? When needles are declared as weapons, people are going to share them, and that increases the spread of blood-borne infectious disease such as HIV and Hep C, which Saskatchewan has the highest percentage in the country. As of 2024, it was 19.4 and 19.43 people, respectively, per 100,000 population. Handcuffs are not a solution. Now, will people who are looking at helping with the case of overdoses, are they going to be charged with carrying a weapon also? On the subject of addictions, forced rehabilitation does not work. We know that. So they will be incarcerated and or charged and fined. Where are they going to get the money when they don't have any money as it is? The proposed law simply increases the cost of law enforcement without producing any good outcomes. Policing is not the solution for this. We need crime prevention that considers the root of the problem, that it is poverty, the lack of support and safety. But moreover, we need a universal basic income so people have enough to have a decent human living. We don't need a bylaw that criminalizes the poor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll check if any of my colleagues have questions for you for your presentation. I don't see any today for you, so thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call up Delegation D 25-191, Rebecca Granovsky-Larson. Yeah, once you're ready, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council and then respond to any questions we may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Granovsky-Larson. I work with the Anti-Poverty Ministry here in Regina. I am speaking on behalf of myself. I've also done organizing and advocacy around harm reduction, poverty issues over the years. In some ways, I'm a little bit baffled that we're here today discussing this because I feel like we were on a very real trajectory. In the last few years, the police chief himself has come out for decriminalization. There has been a lot of talk about how this is a public health crisis we are talking about. It has to be addressed as a public health crisis. All the experts that have weighed in on this have been very clear that we are in the middle, like the drug poisoning crisis is a public health crisis. It is not a criminal crisis. It requires treatment, it requires care, it requires respect, it requires people to be trauma informed and governments to be trauma informed also. Like it's a little bit heartbreaking, honestly, hearing all these presentations today of people with lived experience. That unto itself, people should listen to and have pause when people are telling these gut-wrenching stories of their lived experience and the legacy of, like, if we're going to talk about residential schools in the same breath that we're considering institutionalization, forced institutionalization to address a trauma issue, to address a poverty issue. I am personally embarrassed that we are having this conversation today. I think everything I've even heard from, like, there is such a consensus. Like Chief Bray has said, we should move towards decriminalization. This is not a criminal justice issue. This is a like, if we're going to talk about public safety, like, whose safety are we talking about? It's certainly not the people that are the most affected by this crisis, which are the people that would, as has been pointed out by people from the like apps, very significantly is talking about the fact that we have the highest levels of HIV in the country by far, and we are talking about needles being considered weapons. We were at the hospital the other day, the general hospital. We were getting signatures. Almost pretty much every single medical worker signed petitions because they are so appalled by this change in direction of the government. And I think we have to ask, where is this push coming from? It's coming from for-profit industry that sees a big opening here of, like, forced treatment is a huge for-profit industry that's being pushed across North America. We've seen openings in Alberta, in BC, and here. And it is not coming from healthcare workers who we should be listening to. Like 100 people signed up. This was posted yesterday, an open letter from, it was started by doctors that are advocating locally. 100 people signed on since yesterday, and we've barely gotten the word out. 28 people signed it, like in an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We were at the general hospital. Pretty much every person was appalled when they heard about this. So, like, I can't imagine that we are even thinking about rubber stamping this move from the province when it is ideologically motivated. It is not evidence-based. All the evidence, if you listen to Prairie Harm Reduction in Saskatoon, has been flagging this, like removing people's benefits if they have a criminal conviction for drug use, completely contrary to, like, what all the medical experts say is, like, a good way of going forward with treatment, with recovery, with a healthy process. So, like, thank you to everybody who spoke today, honestly. Like, I think we have, like, I could go on and on and on about the organizations globally, locally, across Canada, the medical associations who have come out against these types of policies and what they're paving the way for. Because if you're criminalizing people for simply having safe supplies, having needles, having pipes, there's, like, we will definitely contribute to skyrocketing HIV rates, to people dying in, like, in the streets. Because how would you come out in public if it's, like, literally criminal offense to have a supply that is a safe supply? Like, it is a very bad trajectory on. I think we all know this. If you ask experts, they will tell you this. I would personally be surprised if you came down with a decision today that went along with this, because there has been no consultation. It is shameful not to consult Indigenous people about this, whose communities are so affected, to not talk to healthcare workers, to not talk to really anybody who has been talking about these issues for years and has been on the front line of these battles. So I'm going to leave it there, I think, but I also can provide you, like you were asking earlier, about what the evidence is that they are pushing a forced treatment agenda. There actually is quite a bit of evidence between news articles and also just talking to MLAs. They're pretty open about the agenda. So thank you, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. A couple of questions for you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your words today. I appreciate them. I just want to understand your comments on the trajectory we are heading. I want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting. What you were saying is that there was decisions made in a positive light by council on the direction of houselessness, in caring, in directing how the police to act, and in going forward in a good faith. Is that what you were expressing, your belief?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can expand it, or I don't know if there's more.
I'm gonna add on to it. So
Okay.
So when I read this, can I read from the report just for a second to get some clarity on an answer to a question? I'll be quick. I'll read
As
really
long as there's a
fast.
question, yes.
There's a question. So in here, it says, by opting to this act, municipalities give officers extra abilities, but it also right after that states that it does not provide rules or override or interfere with existing bylaws. So my question is if council has made decisions along with recommendations from our police service and it's been in good faith, and this isn't an act that we have to sign on to and enforce every letter of what says here to the intention of taking it to, what you're talking about from across North America, trying to enforce everyone for a business motivation for treatment to this. If this is just for extra tools and we'll continue along the same road to progress that we were passing, would that be a different circumstance for you?
Like, I would just say it's not, like, the actual reality on the ground of the situation is, like, there is, across North America, this push is happening, and they're pretty unabashed locally about it being about forced treatment, and that this is paving the way, honestly, like, criminalizing these supplies, like, when you make more things illegal, the reality is there are more arrests. Like, that's just the reality on the ground. And then, like, also, like, why are they doing this? Like, if I were you, I would actually ask the people who drafted this legislation, why are we doing this? Because it really is against your own reports, your own recommendations that your police commission has considered in the past. That, like, a few years ago, they literally were going for decriminalization. The police chief was very forthright of saying that that is the path that we should be on. All the public health experts nationally, locally, have said the same thing. And so, like, I would like to hear from the SAS party of why it is so urgent that all municipalities do this right now and what the actual motivation is. They can tell you. But also, like, they've been pretty forthright in the news too. Like, if you look at, I have a number of, like, articles here. Saskatchewan might force people into drug treatment, but will it work? And then there's quotes from Minister McLeod saying Saskatchewan's been watching with a keen eye on that piece of legislation in Alberta. They're talking about, like, they're talking pretty candidly about forced treatment being what they see as, like, the future. And so as a city councillor, it is your job to know what you're passing today. And if you think that there's anything that gives you pause or that you're concerned or you just need more information about, I would honestly want to have more of a dialogue with the province about why this is being passed right now, because you have to consider the general context. What's happening in Alberta? They're literally talking about this in Alberta, and they're saying that they're looking at this here. So I would gather more information personally.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull.
Hi, thank you for being here. I'm going to bring us back. I'm not sure what authority the province is going to give me next, but this is the one here today. So, I actually am also going to read you a couple sentences to see what your interpretation is. And that is Bill C-5, which is the federal one, which is, this law requires police and prosecutors to consider alternatives to laying charges for simple possession of illegal drugs. So I was just wondering, that federal law, what your opinion is that, is it possibly, this is the alternative for the possession of drugs by calling it a weapon so that so that they can get the drug charges?
Yeah, it does look like they're pushing back on the federal policy on this, because the federal policy has been for decriminalization, like, as has been all evidence-based policy across the country. And so this does feel like an ideological pushback and not like a science-based one, like, in regards to treatment and what is effective.
Because would you consider this an alternative to laying charge for simple possession of illegal drugs?
No, like, I wouldn't. But,
because
yeah.
it's a weapon now.
We're not,
okay.
it's not to debate.
Sorry. I'll get back to it. So also with your petition there, you said you have 100 signatures, and Are
more,
you,
yeah.
are you going to be giving that to us?
Yeah,
or-
we're trying to figure out how to give it to you.
Oh.
So we have 28, I believe, from the other day at the hospital, and that was just from a very, like, yeah. And then we have over 100 online of, it was asking for people in harm reduction and healthcare to sign on specifically. And so they all listed like their profession, what organization they're with. So we're trying to figure out, because like for the province, you usually do like a physical position and then submit it. So we're just trying to figure out with the clerk's office how to submit this, and then we'd be happy to submit it to all councillors. Because we have been hearing a lot from healthcare workers specifically who are very concerned about this trajectory.
And how did you get all of this in such a short period of time?
Oh, we're just workaholics. But honestly, like, you guys have the resources to, like, in the past, you guys have had panels on harm reduction. I remember Dan LeBlanc and Andrew Stevens did have, they did like, there was somebody from, I believe, the street team at the time. There was somebody from the Friendship Center. There was somebody from, there was like a bunch of people that they had on a panel, and then they had the community discuss this. And I think that would be a much more transparent process, honestly. And municipalities, like municipal governments, are very good at having their ear to the ground and of actually being able to talk to their community and to like make very well-informed policy that way. And so I would encourage you to talk to your constituents in all across the city, because everybody has loved ones who like suffer from like, you know, addictions, and like I think it's like in all of our interest to be dealing with this in the most humane way and like the most science-based way that doesn't further traumatize people like this agenda, I believe, would.
Okay, and then coming back to this topic at hand, the self-defense with the weapons. I'm not sure if it was you or Martha that brought it up on how important self-defense is when you don't have a roof over your head. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Yeah, like just anything that would be normal for you to have in your house, like having a door on your house to keep, you know, having a fence, having anything that is actually in your house that would not be considered a weapon, like a knife to cut my vegetables with or anything. When you're in the street, anything can be considered a weapon, because it's like if you're looking for a reason to charge people or like, then those things could be considered weapons. At the same time, we obviously, if somebody did use something as a weapon, that would be considered already legally a weapon. So like that aspect of the law is, yeah, like it just seems like unnecessary, and like it's gonna be criminalizing, marginalizing, and stigmatizing people who use drugs.
And just a clarification, you were talking about police chief kind of loosely for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're
Chief
talking
Bray, yes.
Bray, but we have in our situation, we have a few police chiefs going around right now, interim or out or whatever. So I just wanted to be specific about which police chiefs you are talking about.
Right. So yes, Chief Bray. I was talking about Chief Bray because this was from a few years ago that there was this. Actually, there was a motion at City Council to decriminalize drugs, I believe, or sorry, yeah. I think that went to the police board. I do have articles about that here. Currently, also, it's a unique situation in Regina with the lack of like a permanent police chief right now. Like that is a pretty major shift in policy direction for the police. And so doing that when you don't have like an acting police chief that is your permanent, that will have the longer term vision of what they want to do with the police force, I could see that being like a challenge for figuring that out today.
So would you say that we should, this is a difficult topic, when we have our police stuff organized where we have like the permanent police chief in place, that would be the better time to do this, you think?
I mean, if I was a counselor, which I'm not, but like if I was, then I would want to be in sync with the direction of the city in terms of like what they're thinking right now at the police board. Because like this came from the province. My understanding is this did not come from chiefs, because they were often they were going in a different direction. And so, yeah, I would personally now want to have it aligned, like the political leadership with what the police force is thinking in terms of like what the best approach would be.
And since it's so regional, it would be really important to have that, you know, in sync team together and on the same page.
I would imagine that would make your lives easier.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that gets resolved soon. Thank you so much for talking. Any other questions?
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, just your petition. I'm just curious, what was
And
the
you can look at it if you want.
No, that's okay.
Do you
What was
want
the
it?
context, I guess, when you were asking people to sign it?
Yeah, so
What
this
were
was
you
a
saying?
oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
what were you telling him, or what you were
Oh,
saying?
and it wasn't from me, for the record. It was actually originally from, I think there's a doctor opioid advocacy group locally. And so they had worked on a letter when McLeod had originally come down with this legislation, and then it was adjusted by healthcare workers to talk about the specific situation that's happening right now with the Street Weapons Act and policy changes. So you can have I don't know if you want me to read the petition or hand it to you or how to submit it, but so this is from healthcare workers, the letter, and the people, we just helped gather signatures.
We can have the clerk accept the petition, so then we can get
Here, I'll keep the clipboard. Here, let me just
somebody, I was wondering, was it somebody just carrying it? Was somebody pointing it, pointing a needle at somebody? Anyways.
This is the paper copies, and then there's 100 signed online, and then that's the 28 that was, okay, perfect.
Okay. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. So for your presentation, through your discussion here, it seems that your main concern is needles. Is that the case?
It was all the things that were listed in the act that were in reference to so it was methamphetamines, fentanyl, pipes, needles. So the area, I guess, both consternation and concern and bafflement a little bit was why are safe supplies being considered weapons? Like a pipe, that doesn't make sense to me outside of stigmatizing drug use. So it was all of that, but also just the general push that they're talking about of criminalizing drug use.
So you don't, through the chair, you don't have a problem with them taking away a machete?
I mean, I think those are if you assaulted somebody with a machete, that would already be a crime. So I think personally, my perspective is that they were trying to, the real point of it is the needles and the pipes and the other things. I don't know why you would need the other stuff outside of political theater. I don't know why you would need the other stuff, because it's already a criminal offense to assault anybody with any of those things, right? And so my bigger concern is obviously with the drugs and the needles and the pipes. But I was a little bit confused by the entire rationale behind the entire
you're saying you wouldn't have any problem with somebody just wandering around downtown with a machete or a hatchet or
I think she answered that question, Councillor Burton.
No, I want to know if she has no problems with people being downtown and just carrying all these items, machete, axe, hatchet.
I mean, it's already illegal to assault anybody with any of those weapons, so.
But you didn't answer my question.
I think that they're trying to politically sneak in something by naming things that people will be alarmed by, but it's it's already it already is criminal to assault somebody with a machete. Likely, if a police officer saw somebody with a machete, they'd be concerned and they'd be watching that anyway. I don't think this gives a lot more enforcement power beyond the fact that it will criminalize drug use.
So through the chair, so as I read it, and I'm not a lawyer, it talks a lot about seizure. It doesn't talk about then you get a bunch of charges or stuff like that. So
it does talk about charges, though.
Might this save somebody from being charged with a bigger offense? You've removed a weapon from the community. Might this be a smaller impact on some of those people that you're worried about?
So it does have fines, and it has it did have penalties, criminal penalties, offenses, and then it also had removing people's benefits potentially if they were charged. So there were some, in the broader act, if we're talking about there's the trespassing act, there's the there's the one that's around weapons, and then there's they did a bunch of press releases, which is why maybe it gets a little bit.
But in this act, benefits?
But anyway, if we're staying at the topic on hand, the main concern is with needles and with pipes. And with
but sorry,
criminalization
you
of
said
drugs.
this one we're talking about here today would somehow impact your benefits?
The broader Safe Communities
just
Act
what we have here
does talk about benefits.
Let the delegate answer the question, please.
The broader act does talk about benefits. What we're addressing today, the Street Weapons Act, is specifically the seizure of street weapons, the things
No
that are
further
classifying
questions.
as street weapons. And
Okay.
probably a lawyer could answer some of these things more. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we have communications on item CR 25-113. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-144, Jennifer Kroll. CP 25-145, Miranda Hannes. CP 25-146, Megan Robinson. CP 25-148, Amber Janish. CP 25-149, Olivia Parker. Councilor Zakiniak. And a seconder, Councilor Flores. Any opposed? And carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-113, an act respecting the safety of public urban spaces and regulating the possession, transportation, and storage of items that may be used as street weapons. And I will ask Acting Chief Police Laura Lee Davies to come to the delegation table, and I'll get you to introduce the report for us, please.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon, maybe evening is more appropriate. Good evening, Your Worship, members of City Council, members of City Administration, and of course, members of the public. With the introduction of the Safe Public Spaces Act, the province has provided municipalities, First Nations, and police services another tool to deal with weapons and items that may be used as weapons in the City of Regina. The Regina Police Service and our Board of Police Commissioners has recommended opting into this legislation. So this act gives police the authority to seize weapons that are being used in a manner that is a threat to public safety in public spaces. This legislation does not give police additional search powers. We cannot conduct an illegal search on someone by stopping them for no reason on the street, searching their purses, their backpacks, looking for needles or weapons. This legislation is a tool for police officers to seize weapons without laying a criminal code charge. So there is no criminal code charge associated with this legislation. We can seize weapons without issuing a ticket. We can just seize the weapon in the interest of public safety. There were some statistics in the report. As outlined, we have over 230 instances of street weapons reported to the Regina Police Service from January 1st of this year to August 6th. The majority of those, in 94 instances, were involving bear spray. 75 involved a knife. We laid charges in 108 of those cases, so this legislation does not play into those times where we've laid charges. We had enough evidence to be able to lay a charge, seize that weapon. In 88 of those cases, we did not have enough evidence to lay a criminal charge, or we didn't have a witness or a victim who came forward who was willing to provide a statement. In those cases, under this new legislation, we could still lawfully seize those weapons that were being used in a public space in a manner that was dangerous to the public and get that weapon off the street. We will not be able to lay a criminal charge. We could issue a ticket if we felt like that was the appropriate remedy to go. Further to this, last year the province introduced amendments to the Wildlife Control Act that allowed for ticketing and seizure of bear spray. So you can lay a criminal code charge for bear spray, but under this legislation, police could seize and ticket in an urban space anyone carrying bear spray or possessing a defaced canister of bear spray. So you've scratched off the label, it's still bear spray, you weren't able to have it in the city. So in 2025, we've charged 3 people under the Wildlife Control Act for a total of 4 charges. And in all of 2024, we charged 11 people for a total of 19 charges under that Wildlife Regulations Act. With the introduction of the Public Spaces Act August 1st, that legislation in relation to bear spray was repealed. So we no longer have the ability to ticket for the possession of bear spray without opting into this legislation. As you've heard from our statistics, the largest majority of weapons we deal with is bear spray. And so by not opting in, we've technically taken away a tool that we can use to take those weapons off the street without laying a criminal charge. As mentioned, I would like to highlight that this legislation does not provide police with additional search powers. We will not go into someone's backpack or purse unless there is a reason that we've been called, we have lawful authority. That would be an illegal search, and there are implications for officers who engage in illegal search. We've always had the power to seize illegal drugs under the Controlled Substances and Drug Act. And as mentioned by a previous delegation, we do not typically lay charges for simple possession of narcotics. That has been a direction from Public Service Canada for many years. I do not see that changing with the introduction of this legislation. Really, our goal is to target high-level traffickers who are bringing drugs into the city. We do not support charging criminally or otherwise people who have substance use issues for simple possession of drugs. Again, operationally, I do not see that changing with the introduction of this legislation in the city of Regina. It was mentioned by a number of the delegations around needles for Narcan or an EpiPen, that you might need it as a diabetic. The legislation strictly prohibits if you have a needle for a medical purpose, a valid medical or veterinary reason, this legislation does not apply. So we will not be taking people's Narcan. We will not be taking people's insulin. It is not outlined or the intention of the Regina Police Service, certainly in this regard. In relation to harm reduction, the Regina Police Service supports harm reduction. I wrote a letter to APPS endorsing a grant that they were applying for the Safe Needle website. I have served coffee at APSS. The Regina Police Service is not against harm reduction. We support it. We will never be taking clean needles off of someone as a way to enhance public safety. For me, needles and drugs are a very small part of this legislation, and I would say it would be some extreme instance that we would be seizing those and laying a charge. From a policing perspective, my issue is with bear spray, my issue is with machetes and knives, things that are causing real harm in our community. And so from my perspective, as a police officer with 29 years of experience in Regina, those would be the points that I would like to highlight. And I'm certainly happy to answer everyone's questions.
Thank you for that presentation of the report. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Sickles, and the seconder, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Sickles, would you like to speak to the report?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. I will go to Councillor Fro. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks for being here and thanks for your service. You mentioned that your primary concern, and I can appreciate that and share that concern, is with things like bear spray and machetes. Do you have any concern, based upon what you've heard today, that if that is the problem we're trying to solve, about the inclusion of drugs and needles and pipes in this legislation? Does it make your job easier or more difficult in this respect?
The Regina Police Service did not have a hand in crafting this legislation. And so from an operational perspective, our officers have discretion that they utilize every day in many, many instances throughout the day. My expectation would be that we would be operating discretion in seizing hypodermic needles, small amounts of drugs that people are using for personal use. And so does it muddy the waters a little bit? For sure. Do I think that that's a deal breaker? From my perspective, no, because we provide direction to our officers in terms of what they should and shouldn't be doing as they interact with the public on a daily basis. And, my direction will not be to take someone's hypodermic needles unless they are using it in a manner that is a danger to the public, for instance, waving it around or whatever in a park or a public space. So I would say it does make it a little bit complicated, but in terms of our utilization of the legislation, I don't think it actually will change the way that we do business.
Thank you. Through the chair, do we currently struggle with things like meth and fentanyl and needles being used as weapons in our community? And if so, you know, out of the data that you illustrated, I believe you said predominantly it's bear spray. Do we have any data that would tell us that needles, methamphetamine, pipes, or fentanyl are being used as weapons? Certainly people are dying from them, right? Over 100 last year. They're a scourge in our community. But do we have any data that suggests that these are being used as weapons today?
No, I do not.
Understanding that you weren't asked to write the legislation, I want to acknowledge that point, and I appreciate your previous question. You know, there may be an opportunity to do some further consultation with others and perhaps the province. Would it make RPS's job easier, and would it make our community safer based on what we've heard today if the drugs and drug paraphernalia were excluded from the Act and we focused on the problem, which appears to be weapons?
I don't think it would change the way that we do business. It will not be my direction for our officers to be seizing needles or drugs from people underneath this legislation. And so I suppose there could be larger consultation. I mean, I guess if the province removed it from the Act, that would be their, you know, decision. But regardless, I don't think it will change the way that we operate.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think RPS has done really good work, you in particular and others, with trying to build relationships with the community. Based on what we heard today from those with lived experience and frontline experience, does RPS have any concerns that there may be a blind spot here where we may see more deaths in our community because people are fearful and find themselves more isolated, perhaps, from community supports, as in might we lose more family members and friends in our community as a result of this legislation, as someone I suspect that has officers that attend to overdoses probably every day?
Absolutely. It's a good question. I certainly don't want to negate anything that was shared here today or what I heard here today. I think there will always be mistrust of police, regardless of the work that we do in the community to build relationships. We are supportive of harm reduction, and so you know, if people choose not to utilize harm reduction services, being fearful that, you know, police will be seizing their needles or will be taking needles, that will certainly not be my direction. You know, I suppose asking the community to trust me on my word, I mean, that's not something I can make happen, but that my intention is certainly that we will not be seizing needles from people, and so they aren't able to utilize harm reduction services. We have had conversation with public health through the Saskatchewan Health Authority. They obviously raised concern, you know, when they saw that needles were included in the legislation. Again, we reiterated to them, it will never be our intention to utilize the legislation in that manner, but we've certainly committed to continuing to have dialogue with them on this topic.
Thank you. Through the chair, and this perhaps may be a question for the solicitor. I'm not a big fan of downloading any responsibility to municipalities that, in my view, are best addressed by the provincial or federal government, but here we are. So through the chair, I'm not sure whether the solicitor can help with this. Is this act to be accepted in its entirety, or do we have mechanisms as a municipality, through the chair, that might allow us to address a very real concern in our community: bear sprays, machetes, weapons, but also, given that there's absolutely no evidence that drugs and drug paraphernalia are being used as weapons in our community, at least statistics that RPS collects, do we have any ability to support those aspects of the legislation, given that we've heard that's an important tool that RPS wants? You know, given what there was some conversation about sort of precedents. I suspect not, but I'd like some coaching from administration, please.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, through the chair. Your suspicion is correct, Councillor Fro. The only ability that the municipality has under the regulations pursuant to this legislation is to either opt in or opt out of it, or to change the blade length of the knife. That's one of the other avenues that the provincial legislation has provided to the city under the regulations. You can change the blade length, so they've set a blade length in the act, and the city has the opportunity to change that to be less than what's in there. The only other options the city has under this legislation is to opt into it or opt out of it.
Thank you. Through the chair, we passed an indigenization framework as a city that guides how we interact and walk on a path to reconciliation. What do we view as our obligations in relation to consultation? I think some important questions have been raised today. I'm not sure whether that's a conversation best had amongst council or if administration has a perspective on that.
Go to Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. As council knows, this request to opt in through a bylaw came from the Board of Police Commissioners. But obviously council has the final say as to whether you want to adopt this bylaw or enact a bylaw or not. If council wishes to go down that road and decides that in its wisdom you want to do consultation on this to hear more from the public, then that's your prerogative and we'll take your direction.
Thank you. Through the chair again, I'm not sure if this is a fair answer for administration, so please, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a public health expert, but yet here we are discussing provincial legislation. There has been some concern raised about whether support payments, CIS or SED or otherwise, could be clawed back if someone was fined by possessing methamphetamine and a needle. To the best of our knowledge, is that in fact true, or is that question best addressed to the provincial government?
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Through the chair, again, that would be a question that would be best addressed to the provincial government. This is their legislation, so that's and they would have been the ones that would have impact. Certainly within this piece of legislation that is before us today, it doesn't address that issue, but that may be something that has been considered through the Ministry of Social Services, who administers those types of payments. I don't know the answer to that question right now, but that would be a question that have to be directed to the provincial government.
Thank you so much. Through the chair, I've heard from people in the legal community and social service community that remains a concern. I did reach out through the chair to the Ministry of Justice with these questions. I've not heard back to date. I think we heard several important things today. From RPS, I think we heard quite clearly that there is a concern with bear spray and weapons. I share that concern, and I think all of us want to ensure that officers have the tools to keep our communities safe. I think we also heard that we have a public health crisis, and now we have lumped in drugs and drug paraphernalia with weapons, and it appears to me we may be unintentionally solving a problem that doesn't exist. The challenge, of course, is that we've been handcuffed to either accept this act in full or not accept it at all. And so I personally don't feel like I have enough information to make an informed decision on this. I want to make sure that we support our police officers and that in the midst of a public crisis where 100 people lost their lives last year from deaths, that we don't go down with a blind spot. So I'm sort of left with needing much more information before I know how to proceed. So that's all I have, and thank you so much for your help today.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation today. And through the chair, in the USA, there's more guns and weapons, and in Canada, there's less guns and weapons, and I can see the difference in our society. So my question to you is, in general, does more weapons on the street equal more injuries and death? And does less weapons on the street equal less weapons on the death? Take your time with this one.
Well, simple math. I would say less weapons likely does result in less injury.
Does simply removing weapons from the street alone improves public safety?
I would say that when you have less weapons, then there should be an increase in public safety for sure.
So I will confess to you right now that the acting chief of police, that I have driven 51 kilometers an hour in a 50 zone.
Get 'em.
I do have my father's ceremonial Knights of Columbus sword that's not sharp, but it is pointy. I'm a diabetic. I have needles and I have lancets here. I've loaded some bear spray into my car to go hiking in the mountains. Do you feel the Regina Police Service will have the judgment to deal with me correctly if I'm spotted on the street?
Well, your question is very complex. Number one, the legislation does not give us power to go into your house to seize your ceremonial knife. Number two, medical needles are clearly exempted from the legislation, so would not apply in that instance. And under the bear spray, it does talk about having a reasonable use for hiking or hunting that you certainly are allowed to possess for those reasons. So outside of you going 1 kilometer over the speed limit, I don't think that there would be any issue that we would take with in any of the situations you've described.
Are there incidences of people menacing others with needles?
I don't have anything top of mind. You know, I'm sure everybody has an incident they can relate to from a number of years back, but I don't have any recent examples that I can point to in terms of, you know, something I could bring forward.
Okay. Just to end my statement here with that I do trust in the police. I do just trust in their judgment, in their discretion, in the ability to apply something specific, in this case, not have to use a vague law that they might have to then go to court and burden the court system with many more days of court and police officers stuck in court and things like that. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're almost at the top of the hour, so we're going to take a pause here. We have a 45-minute mandatory dinner break, so we'll be back at 6:43. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Okay. So we are at Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. Could you share, under this act, who has the onus to prove that these items are weapons should they come in?
So the legislation defines what a weapon is in the legislation, and so if it meets the definition in the legislation, it does define a street weapon. Then for the purposes of the legislation, it is a weapon. If we were to issue a ticket, obviously the person could go to court, plead not guilty, go to court, and then obviously a justice could make the ultimate determination if you know, they felt like the ticket was warranted or the seizure was warranted. And the legislation does actually allow for an appeal process for somebody who has had a weapon seized. There is a way that they can go about appealing that as well.
So, let's say initial contact, the police officer might see this as a potential weapon. And my understanding is like under other like criminal charges, usually like it is up to like the police needs to prove that something is a weapon. Under this legislation, my understanding is that the onus is on the individual to prove whether or not it's a weapon. Is that correct?
I would say the legislation defines what a weapon is. So if it meets that definition in the act, then it's a weapon. For instance, in a criminal code, there are, if I was to arrest somebody and lay a charge for possession of a weapon for a purpose dangerous to the public, there would be a number of elements in that charge that I would have to be satisfied before I could lay that charge. So the criminal code has a number of definitions about what a weapon is. I would also have to prove that the person had intent to be able to, that they were going to use it for a dangerous purpose. I would have to prove that it was in a public place. And so for a criminal code charge, there is clearly a higher standard in terms of the things that would need to be, the police officer would need to be satisfied in order to lay a criminal code charge. This is provincial limit legislation. There is no criminal code charge. The remedy could be a ticket, so a financial penalty, or police could seize a weapon without laying a charge. So in that instance, we would seize the weapon. We wouldn't be issuing a ticket. There would be no court appearance, and that would essentially be the end of it. So we just have to be satisfied that it meets the definition in the legislation of a weapon, and they've very specifically laid it out in here, and then that it was in a public place as defined in the legislation as well.
All right, sorry, it's still not quite clear to me in the sense that for a few of these things, especially the things related to harm reduction, there is a kind of a gray zone. It's right, like if you have a hammer on you, it's now this is defining that, or like if you have a hypodermic needle, this is defining it as a weapon, like in this act. So in an interaction with a police officer, as you mentioned, under a criminal code, it is on the police officer to determine that, like all of the things that need to happen to make an arrest and things like that. In this case, the way that I read this, that is the onus would be on the person to have to prove that something is not a weapon if the police decide that it is. Like it leaves a big gray area because it's not as defined, as you just mentioned, the same way as it is in the criminal code. Is that correct?
Well, if we issued a ticket under this legislation, it went to court, the police would have to testify that it was in fact a weapon that they seized. Like the police would still have to prove the case in order for there to be even a provincial conviction. It would be the same if I was issued a speeding ticket. The police would have to still testify and prove to the judge that, you know, that I was speeding, that I was operating the vehicle, all of those types of things. So it's not a reverse onus, like the person doesn't have to, like, so the burden is still on the police if we're laying a charge to prove that there was a charge.
All right. So it seems a lot of this reads that we're trying to have community safety and let's say stopping violent attacks. But a lot of these things are already illegal, right? Like if I were to use any of these things listed here as a weapon, the police can do something about it. Would I be correct in assuming that this is more allowing for the seizing of certain items as opposed to stopping violent attacks?
Well, if there was a violent attack with a weapon, I think obviously we would be proceeding in a criminal code fashion. For me, the legislation does a couple of things. Number one, if we believe that there is a weapon being used for a purpose that's dangerous, if I'm waving a machete around in Victoria Park, obviously under this legislation, we could seize the weapon, we could issue a ticket. Let's say I have lots of complex issues and I am not going to benefit from being criminally charged with that, then we don't have to proceed with a criminal charge. We can seize that weapon, we can choose to issue a ticket or not issue a ticket, but we can lawfully seize that weapon without sending someone to a criminal code court. So reducing criminalization. Sorry, I lost my train of thought and where else I was going to go with that. And so, yeah, so the seizing without laying a charge, that is something that we currently don't have. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the knives and the bear spray for me are the real issue. Mm-hmm. As mentioned, we previously had a mechanism to be able to seize and ticket for bear spray. We no longer have that mechanism if this legislation isn't opted in. And, you know, that is a concern for me and for our frontline officers. As mentioned, bear spray is the #1 weapon that we come across in incidents, knives being second. And so if we can seize those items before it results in someone being assaulted, then that's a good thing. And so I see this as more of a proactive measure, taking those weapons off the street before someone is injured.
Okay. So it looks like we have data on things like bear spray, which I agree. I mean, I think it's a growing issue in many communities. So I'm not sure if this would be to you or to administration. I was looking at other municipalities where they have enacted bylaws to deal with community safety things at the municipal level, like in Calgary with knives, for example. If we know that the actual issues that we are, like the data-backed issues that we are dealing with are things like bear sprays, could we enact a bylaw that deals with something that is evidence, like we know this is the issue. I don't think anyone would argue that we don't want to see bear spray attacks without having to opt out into legislation. That what I hear is like our issues with bear spray, it's not with hypodermic needles or safe supplies, so we won't do anything about that. Trust us on that, which I do, but I think it would be remiss to not acknowledge that many people in the community are still working towards finding a way to find that trust. And I think some of us are in a position where we can have that, but we have to acknowledge that. So with that, knowing that there are things that are real concerns in this act, but there are other things that are not the concerns that are lumped in with that, could we enact a bylaw that deals specifically with the things that are real concerns?
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for that question. I think every level of government has their own jurisdiction to sort of pass bylaws, provincial government pass legislation, federal government obviously to pass legislation. So there's different levels and different jurisdictions that you have. Within a municipality, we can pass bylaws, but they have to be related to local matters. They have to be very specific to the local matter. So for example, you know, a municipality may, if council wished, pass a bylaw that restricted the sale of bear spray or put restrictions around the sale. But to a general sort of prohibition of possession of bear spray in urban public spaces really falls within provincial legislation, and the criminalization of that falls within federal legislation. So there's jurisdictional issues that come into play, and then constitutional challenges that result from sort of passing legislation that is without outside of the scope of what we're permitted to pass bylaws about.
Okay. So, but would it be worth looking into how Calgary was able to do what they did with knives and just as a general question, like, would that set some sort of precedence of some municipalities being able to kind of proactively address specific community safety things without having to have a blanket act like this?
Through the chair, I would say I haven't looked at the bylaw that Calgary has passed with respect to knives. I don't know anything about it or what it's sort of, I don't know what it's the subject matter is of that bylaw. So, you know, could we look at what the city can do with respect to bylaws passed with respect to bear spray? We can look at that, I suppose. But like I said, it would have to be with respect to local matters, and outside of that, it's, you know, a jurisdictional issue.
Okay, thank you. And then another thing I want to note, a lot of folks talked about Indigenous consultation and the impact that this might have on September 30th is coming up, and considering the TRC's calls to action, specifically call number 30, which aims to eliminate the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in custody, and to put that commitment into practice, and TRC in general, Council adopted our own Indigenous framework, which commits all city departments to applying an Indigenous worldview to every aspect of our municipal work. City police is under the municipality. My first question is, are you familiar with these commitments?
I don't know specifically about the city's framework, but obviously the Regina Police Service is committed to truth and reconciliation. We have a committee. We work very hard to build trust with the Indigenous community and create learning opportunities for our employees. It is a journey. We are on a path there. I think there's still a long way to go, but we're definitely working in that direction.
All right. So given both the city's commitments and the commitments that you just mentioned from the police, I was looking for the Indigenous impact analysis in the report. I couldn't see one. The city's own framework is not optional. When we get reports, we see those analyses because it requires all projects and initiatives, Indigenous needs, worldviews, and voices that must be respectfully and adequately considered. Given that there are concerns that this might disproportionately impact Indigenous community members, why is this not part of the report that was brought forward to us?
Just so you know, you're out of time after this question.
Okay.
This is provincial legislation. I believe this provincial legislation allows us for some more tools. The recommendation was to opt in. I don't see anything specific in the legislation that speaks to race. I appreciate that in our community we have very complex issues. We have a long history, relationships with Indigenous people in our community. I think there are lots of places that reconciliation is very important in our day-to-day work, and I certainly understand the perspectives of the folks who presented here today. In terms of our day-to-day work and keeping our city safe, taking weapons off the street, I don't know if it changes for me are asked to still move forward with this legislation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, but I fully agree with taking weapons off the street, especially if they're visible, people walking through parks or public spaces. Yeah, anyways, so at first I didn't know a lot about this, so I gave Evan Bray a call the other day just to get his perspective. And I just want to ask you this question. So his language was, do you want to use a hammer or do you want to be able to use work gloves? And I want to ask you that question. Is this act, in your opinion, using a hammer or using work gloves?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. This gives us a tool to deal with weapons in our city outside of laying a criminal code charge. So there is, it's not increasing criminalization. If we choose to lay a charge under provincial legislation, that is a ticket. It's a financial penalty if there was a conviction. But for me, it's a way for us to take weapons off the street without resorting to criminal charges, and it gives our officers the lawful authority to seize those weapons without laying a criminal charge.
So basically, people can have weapons taken away from them and not have a criminal record.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. I guess another question I had was, I've had a couple emails from some individuals, and the comment to me is, well, we already have laws. But I guess the laws we have in place right now would give them a criminal record if we potentially, is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do have a number of charges we can lay under the criminal code, you know, possession of a weapon, concealed weapon, those are criminal code charges. And so
Right.
if we're seizing the weapon, laying that charge, then certainly, if convicted, that comes with a criminal conviction.
And I know we keep talking about this over and over, we're kind of beating a dead horse here, but at the end of the day, working with gloves, I think, is a better situation in this instance. And I guess my other question is this: I also had a constituent or somebody got an email. Basically, they're part of a martial arts group, and they've been training in the park for decades. I guess with staffs, spears, and swords. And he mentioned not with blades, and they're all concerned about, you know, the police coming in and taking their weapons and charging them, and I want to know what your perspective. I already know the answer. I just thought it was like, I think the police have some discretion. You know, I think they're not robots where it's like, you know, they're going to come in and just, you know, do things crazy. But I just want to know what your reaction would be.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the intent is taking weapons, you know, off the street, seizing weapons that are being used for a purpose that is dangerous to the public. So for folks training in the park, we would not be seizing those, we would not be ticketing. And you've highlighted a good point, is our officers are entrusted with a high level of discretion that they exercise in many different forms, hundreds of times a day. And we exercise that discretion in a way that we are mindful of maintaining public trust. And so we will not be heavy-handed, we will not act arbitrarily. And so in the situation that you've described, you know, seems a little bit ludicrous to me to think that our officers would go in and, you know, seize all of these weapons when these folks are clearly using it for a purpose that is not intended to harm the public in any way.
Yeah, and in your opinion, too, like we've heard from some delegates saying that they could lose their welfare or lose some, you know, money from the government, or they could, I forget what the other one was. Well, something along, yeah. Have you heard, is there anything in the act that you've read where they could lose financial support because of this?
No, there's nothing that I've read in the legislation. I mean, the penalty upon conviction is a fine if convicted.
Or not?
Right. I mean, the police have the discretion to lay a charge or not lay a charge. And there was some referral to forced treatment, and there's nothing in this legislation that speaks to forced treatment.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. My comment that I'm about to make is it's trying to be nice about it, and I equally find it challenging to Councillor Fro's point that the province downloads to municipalities legislations rather than owning it. That's as nice as I can be. And frankly, we all know that if we could deal with the homeless crisis, that, well, is it a crisis? Yeah. People are dying on the street. If we can deal with that, then we wouldn't be here talking about this legislation, to be honest. Or maybe we will be, I don't know. And so my question to you is that you mentioned that bear spray and knives is big concern. And in terms of, you'd mentioned earlier that bear spray is no longer a chargeable offense?
Correct. So in 2024, the province made amendments to the wildlife control regulations that allowed police to seize and lay a ticket for having bear spray in public, like in a city, in an urban space, or possessing a can of bear spray that was defaced, so you couldn't see what was on the label. When the Public Spaces Act came into effect on August 1st, those pieces of the regulations in the Wildlife Control Act were repealed because bear spray is covered under this legislation. And so without this legislation, we would no longer have the ability to ticket for bear spray. So there would be a criminal code charge or nothing.
Okay, thank you. So how many times has bear spray been used in the last few years in a public space that you're aware of?
Well, I know just when we ran our weapon stats from January, that in 94 instances, we've had bear spray occurrences. That's from January till August 6th.
Okay, and so those, you're saying those were used in a public space as a weapon? 94 instances from January to the end of August?
Till August 6th.
August 6th, okay. So I can think of a few, of which I have experience with. And so we all know that the QCX, for quite a number of years, where hundreds of thousands of people go through in a week, that twice in 1 year, in a week, and 40 people were affected by that in 2022. And I know that those folks were charged for that. So it's kind of scary when little kids are exposed to bear spray, because I've had to deal with them as an emergent situation and take them to medical care, right? And walking from McDonald's to where our first aid people are to address that is really hard when they're having an attack, right? So dangerous, yes. Okay, hang on. Okay, so the other thing that was brought up is this going to cause the RPS any extra work on the streets on a day-to-day basis?
No. In fact, I would argue that if we could proceed with an incident without laying a criminal code charge, we're probably gaining some efficiency in the fact that we're not going through the criminal court requirements for disclosure and all of the things that go along with a criminal code charge. If we can seize and not lay a criminal code charge or just issue a ticket, which is quickly done, I think in terms of efficiency, it probably is saving us some time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so, I mean, I know you've said it quite a few times already, and from what I hear is this legislation is really about weapon use in a dangerous fashion. And the main reason is if there is a threat to public safety.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And so without this legislation, do you feel that the RPS their hands are tied to deal with laying charges regarding bear spray and other, is specific to bear spray, right? And so you had a high number, obviously, we talked about already, so, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll leave it at that for now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a couple questions. First, I want to start with, I want to make a statement to say I have full confidence in our acting chief, Laura Lee Davies, with 29 years of experience working in our community in Regina, her and her staff, to be clear. I've had nothing but the utmost respect and have seen professionalism in the way they operate in keeping our community safe. So I want to make that known on the record. My full support goes to you in that regard. On to the topic at hand. I think I already heard it's made clear that a tool was removed from our abilities in terms of bear spray, so I don't need to ask that again. Is there any concern if we didn't approve this today? I guess is there any concern, like, we know the bear spray is one component. Is there any further concern? Like, would it be, how hand-tied would we be if we were to, maybe see what others are doing in other jurisdictions before we approve this, just out of curiosity?
For sure. So, I mean, obviously, even if the council decides to opt in, there would be time for the creation of a bylaw, the wording, all of that would need to take place. So it's not like tomorrow morning we would, start enforcing this act. So I appreciate there is some downtime there. As mentioned, under the Wildlife Control Act, in a year and a half, we've laid about 23 charges. And so we're not talking hundreds of thousands of charges. So is it imminent that this be in place, tomorrow or the next day? I would say no. As I've iterated, it's a tool that we think will help us improve community safety. We still are 100% committed to doing that job tomorrow morning without this legislation, and we'll find ways to do that to keep our community safe. So in terms of a timeline that I have, I don't have one.
Okay, no, and that's fair. Can you just speak to the event that you were at prior to coming here today?
Absolutely. On the advice of our RPS Elders Advisory Committee, today we unveiled a land acknowledgement plaque on the exterior of our new front entrance to the Regina Police Service. And so on the advice of our elders, it was a humble ceremony. We invited our elders and some Indigenous leaders in our community to say a few words and to speak to that. And, really it's part of RPS's commitment to reconciliation, and we are committed to ensuring learning of both of our employees as well as people who visit our building to understand and know a little bit more about the history of Treaty 4.
Thank you. Thank you for that. My last piece is, I think we've heard very clear today that Regina Police is not interested in not pursuing a support of a harm reduction approach. There's demonstrated actions that have shown that from our service. And so I don't have concerns about us overstepping. I also want to be clear that our police service does not report through to the province. They do come through our municipality. So we're having this conversation today and demonstrating that that is our intent as a council and in partnership with Regina Police, that is the expectation in which we would serve our public. So I'm in support in the context of I respect the advice and the actions that have been demonstrated from our police service in this matter, and I'll go to my colleagues for any further questions. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. So to start, one outstanding question I have is if this new act, like if we opt into this bylaw, you talked about with a charge, you may receive a fine or a ticket. It is still possible to face jail time. Is that accurate? Like that is a still potential outcome?
I think there's a potential, like if you default on your payment, then it would go through sort of that process through provincial court. It would be potentially, I think, if you had a number of, for instance, liquor tickets that you never paid, eventually, I think at some point, they would issue a warrant. But typically those just get, if you were arrested on those warrants, you would just get a new court date set.
Okay. Now, I do want to thank the delegations who came to speak to us and share their feedback and their concerns. And we've seen that there are, I don't know if I'll be able to make it, a lot of outstanding questions and concerns from the community. And I've also heard the same from councillors today. And I think that's fair because we only learned that this was coming to council last Friday. That we learned that it was coming today. So there's not been a lot of notice for anyone. And so I want to thank my fellow councillors for providing their feedback and their concerns as well. And so what I've done in listening to some of those concerns is I have a tabling motion that it actually has two parts to it. And so what I am proposing is, first of all, for those who need more time to consider this, that they are given the opportunity to have more time. Some folks have also asked for more information. And so it is the case that generally in our reports that we consider, we have several impact sections. And some of those were in your Board of Police Commission report. And I think that if we're considering a new bylaw, how the general process that we use to consider bylaws, the impact sections, I would like to see those impact sections, I'd like to see the impacts in those sections for this bylaw as well. Can we put up the tabling motion? And so the pieces.
So I was just gonna say, there are a couple more folks that
Oh, there
were
still
looking to
are?
speak. Yeah,
Oh,
looking
okay.
to speak to it, so.
So how do we do this then?
Yeah, we could pause and then I could come back to you after other folks speak, if that works for you.
It does, but maybe before we do that then, I did want to say as well, in terms of other avenues available to us, in the report that from the Board of Police Commissioners, it talked about Saskatoon now has they approved some changes regarding the sale of bear spray within their municipality, right? So there are other mechanisms that Saskatoon itself has used. And so if we're looking at addressing some specific problem areas, I do think we have other avenues. And, you know, I'm going to pause then in relation to this tabling motion, but I think that would give us the time to explore, are there other ways to address the issues that are specific problems in our municipality rather than opting into this legislation?
If I can, Councillor, I'm familiar with Saskatoon's bylaw. What it does, it's an onus on businesses who sell bear spray to keep records of who has purchased the bear spray. If someone is purchasing a bear spray, they have to show identification, and it's basically through their business bylaw, I think, that it's basically at the sale point, the business has to keep records. And so that's what that bylaw entails. It isn't to do with the possession of bear spray in an urban space.
Right, it has to do with the sale of it. Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure, you know, is that a good mechanism? Is it not? But it would give us the opportunity as well to see other avenues to address the points of this that are included in the act that might be concerns in our municipality if we haven't heard of concerns with folks using needles, for example, or drugs as weapons. But I'll pause for now and we'll see what others have to say.
Okay, so yeah, I'll come back to you after others are done speaking. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for being here and talking. I really also want to note that I do respect and value the police, and a lot of my frustration that has come out today really has nothing to do with our police service and the work that they do, but more about the situation that we find ourselves in. And I wanted to note that I really appreciated the way that you put how there's the bear spray and the weapons, which is the primary issue for Regina, and the needles are your secondary concern. However, the legislation itself, which you didn't write and you had nothing to do with, and thank you for clarifying that. I did want to, in this unusual situation, want to ask our administration a question. Has this ever happened to City Council before, where a province has given council the decision to vote on a bylaw of this sort of fine or criminal nature?
Ms. Williams?
I can try, through the chair. Not that I'm aware of. The province hasn't asked us to opt into something where there's, like, you know, this type of sort of a criminal element to it. Typically, the province passes legislation that they want to see administered across the province, and they pass it, and it applies. So I think this is unusual in the way that this one has come about, but honestly, I don't know by 100% that this has never happened before. I wouldn't be able to say that, but I would say it is unusual and nothing that I haven't seen that before. For sure.
And also to administration, is there any way, if this happens to us again, we can improve on how much notice council gets or information to do this, and how this was handled procedurally for council to absorb this? Can we talk about that?
I can, through the chair, I can start and pass it to acting city manager if he has anything further he'd like to add. With respect to this, the only sort of avenue that municipalities were given in this legislation was to opt in or opt out. Like that was the only information that was given to the only sort of piece that the municipality had in this situation. And frankly, because the impact of this legislation, of this provincial legislation, would be on the police, it was really for the police to sort of say to the municipality, we would like you to opt in. So that was what municipalities were waiting for. We wouldn't have opted into this had we not sort of received, I think, that type of direction from the police, because it was up to the police to say whether or not this was a tool that they thought would be useful to them in meeting the mandate that the police have, and something that they would be interested in having as one of the tools in their tool chest.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, there's the Canadian law, which is Bill C-5, which requires police and prosecutors to consider alternatives to laying charges for simple possession of illegal drugs. So the federal law is there, correct? But then in August, the province changed the mechanism so we can no longer charge for bear spray, if I understand that correct. Is that correct?
Yeah, so for us to provincially lay a charge, our avenue to do that was through the wildlife control regulations. On August 1st, when this act came into force, those bear spray provisions under that act were repealed.
So now we don't have that avenue unless we adopt this one, correct?
Correct. For us to utilize a provincial mechanism for ticketing for bear spray, we would need to opt into this. That it doesn't exist in any other legislation. I mean, obviously there's a criminal code charge that obviously still exists if somebody's using bear spray and, that meets all the elements of a criminal code charge.
So one pro of that is we can seize weapons without a criminal thing. It's fines. So that's a pro. But at the same time, we now have a list of weapons, which includes drugs and needles. And I think I heard you say that you can charge for criminal possession of a weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, if there's a situation meets the certain elements of an offense, it's a much higher standard, obviously, to lay a criminal code charge.
Okay. So now we're at a place where our mechanism for bear spray is gone. So we'd have to adopt this, but it's twofold, because now we've got a weapon list, which we can now charge with the criminal thing because we've redefined weapons. Not that we would, it's one of those we can do, but we won't do situations because it's regional. Is that correct?
So the legislation is provincial, so obviously municipalities can opt in if they choose. In terms of direction to specific police officers on how they should be utilizing that legislation, I would say is the purview of the chief of police. And I would not be telling our officers to be seizing needles from people who have them for a legitimate reason and laying a charge under this legislation, or seizing drugs for folks who are addicted, who have a small quantity of drugs on them, and laying a charge.
So I appreciate that very much. Like we can do, but we won't do, like jaywalking, similar sort of thing. But you can do now. So I think my frustration comes from, we have this in front of us, our mechanism to charge from bear spray is away from us, and now we are here, and if we accept this, we are also now opening the door, not that we would, to say that needles or these drugs are weapons, which allow for larger criminal codes. That is what this has happened if you go down the thing. Not that we would.
Well, it's not a larger criminal code,
But like,
it wouldn't be a criminal charge.
It would be a
provincial
weapon.
legislation if there was a charge.
but there is criminal code for possession of a weapon.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we have a list redefining our weapons.
As it pertains to this provincial legislation, this is the list of weapons that they've outlined in the provincial legislation. Under the criminal code, the definition of weapon is very convoluted. It's, you know, there's lots of different facets to it, but under this specific legislation, they have defined, they've listed obviously in it what is a weapon in this legislation.
So my frustration isn't with you, it's that we are handcuffed with this decision that our mechanism for bear spray has been taken away from us unless we sign up for this. And that is my frustration, and it has nothing to do with our police service, but this decision point we are being put in. And I think there's very muddy waters here. And I think that Councillor Pro actually probably said it better than I ever could, is that there's muddy waters. And we've had less than a week to decide on this, and I think that we do need the time to look into it. And I guess, yeah, I just have a lot of frustrations with how this ended up here. And it has nothing to do with you or your service or the police. I value and respect them very much, but more about how we are here now. So I think I would like to have more time to think about this and talk about things. But I also wanted to give you the opportunity, because you mentioned it, to speak about the community work and organizations you have done or plan to do, or consultations you have done, because this is new to us. So we actually haven't heard all of the things, and I want to give you the opportunity to talk about those relationships as well.
Well, thank you for that. I know that it's already a late night, and I could literally spend the next 3 hours talking about the work that we do with community and working on building relationships. As you know, if we're speaking around truth and reconciliation, obviously we are very committed. We have an internal committee who organizes many different events within our service. For instance, a beading class, how to make a ribbon skirt. We bring elders in with different teachings. We did a Cree language class. We did a Soto language class, open to all employees of the Regina Police Service as well as their families. We are participating as part of the organizing committee for Truth and Reconciliation Day at Mama Waiton Center. Just to name one small part of it. We are organizing a Sisters in Spirit Walk to recognize missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls coming up on October 3rd. Literally, we have hundreds of events that we participate in. We have a cultural and community diversity unit who works very closely with community. Newcomers to Regina, our Indigenous community. As mentioned, we have an Elders Advisory Committee we meet with very regularly and appreciate and understand their wisdom. And yeah, that's very few of the things that I've listed. As I've mentioned, we are very much in support of harm reduction. I feel like we have a great relationship with APSS. We've written a letter of support for Neo Utina when they asked for a letter for their safe injection site. And so we are committed to community. We do not do the work in this community without the trust of the public. There's always work to do, but that is near and dear and at the core of everything that we do in this city.
Well, thank you so much for the work that you do and you continue to do, and working through whatever the right solution is for this. I don't know what it is yet. I think that we can collaborate and find something, and I think that we have some questions to ask of the people who wrote this legislation, and how we ended up here, and if this is going to be a regular thing or not. I do appreciate that. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Chief, just a question here. As I'm reading through part 3 of the act, can you open up the act and just restate what section 3.1.1 means to you, and what would that mean as a policy for the police department?
So I believe you're referring to, a police officer may seize a street weapon from a person in a public urban space if a police officer believes on reasonable grounds that the street weapon constitutes a threat to public safety. So, as mentioned, you know, if we see someone, for instance, waving around a weapon, you know, acting aggressively, they have a knife in their hand, something along those lines, those are the instances in my mind that we would use this legislation. So we could seize that weapon lawfully under this legislation. We could choose to ticket or not ticket, depending on the circumstances. Certainly if it was someone with complex needs who is not going to have the ability to pay for a ticket, then I don't see us laying a ticket. That, I mean, there's no reason for us to do that. But really, for me, the main piece of it is taking those weapons off the street.
So describe to me that whole process of this is a tool in your toolbox. So what you just described to me is like, if I have a box of open beer and I get pulled over, I might get my beer taken away and dumped out. Is that around the same kind of premise as what you're doing with this?
Yeah, absolutely. So under the alcohol and gaming regulations, if you've got in contravention of the law, you have open alcohol, we can seize that alcohol, obviously. Under that legislation, we have the authority under that legislation, dispose of it or seize it and lay a ticket, issue you a ticket, and then ask the court what should happen with that beer at the end of the day. So it is similar in the fact that it is provincial legislation.
So is that just a tool in a toolbox to say, hey, we want you to correct your behavior and just, you know, behave out there?
Absolutely.
So if we have this in place, I'm going to say prior to opening of the Wascana pool, and we have the ability of, you know, stopping someone in the backpack and saying, hey, what's in there? What would have happened with the pepper spray incident? Would that be able to say, take that pepper spray away from the person and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, we would need grounds to search someone. We can't just stop someone and say, I'm looking in your backpack. Let's say they had a can of bear spray in their hand and we stopped them and we said, ooh, that's actually in contravention of the legislation, in contravention. We would take that bear spray and may or may not issue a ticket, but clearly if the bear spray wasn't at the pool, then there would have been less of an issue on that day.
So if you have that, or you don't have that mechanism now, so what do you have to do? If someone's waving around bear spray or a machete or a weapon, what do you do? What is the ramifications?
Right, so we lay a criminal code charge, right? So under the criminal code, we would have the authority to seize that weapon, hang on to it until the courts determined what should happen with that weapon. If we didn't feel like we had the elements to lay the charge, for instance, we didn't have a witness, we didn't have a complainant or a victim, I would say our officers could still seize that weapon. To me, the grounds become a little bit shaky if you're not laying a charge and you're seizing the weapon. You know, if I see somebody waving around a machete and I don't have the grounds to charge, am I going to let them walk away with that? Probably not. But there is much more confidence in us being able to act with authority when there is provincial legislation that says you can seize that.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what you said, if somebody's actually using this in a violent nature, there's a criminal element that could be there. If someone's using this as kind of a menacing behavior, we can just take it away from them, at most give them nothing more than what would be equivalent to a parking ticket.
Well, it's provincial charge, but yes, very similar.
Okay. But there's no criminal code of Canada charge to it.
That's right. We could seize the weapon and not lay a criminal code charge.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if you're not laying that charge, what happens to your officers at that point? Do they have to, would they show up in court, or is it just kind of open shut, do some paperwork and you're done? Or what happens in the day of the officer that would be involved with seizing of a weapon at that point, if we have this legislation in place?
For sure. Obviously, they would seize the weapon. We would expect they would still put in a report explaining the circumstances around why that was seized. They would exhibit it in our property locker. There's continuity. And that would be the end of it. Now, certainly the person does have, under this legislation, a right to appeal to get that back so that person could exercise that right. But there wouldn't be the work in putting together a case file for court, all of those types of things that would go along with a criminal code charge.
Okay, walk me through that process. You really triggered something there. So I could essentially take this weapon, put it in my trunk, put a tag on it, do a little bit of paperwork, and get back to doing my job in the street. Or you said I'd have to sit and do a bunch of paperwork and prepare for court?
Absolutely. So anytime we lay a criminal code charge, obviously, we need to ensure there's a very fulsome report. We need to ensure that there's a case summary, we call it. We need to ensure the people in the background in our records management need to ensure that we have all the elements together for disclosure to the court. Obviously, when there's a criminal code charge, there's a lot more steps that we need to ensure in order for the process to play out in a criminal manner. So definitely would be a lot more paperwork, a lot more time to go that route.
So we can get more boots on the ground if we give you a better tool for your toolbox. Or I'm going to say not boots on the ground, but more time doing your job if we give you the proper tools for your toolbox.
Absolutely. For the instances where we don't think that it meets the threshold of a criminal charge, we can seize that. Like I said, quick report, back out on the road.
So let's just recap. So we can either take the weapon or the beer away, pour it out, give you a parking ticket, or go all the way to the criminal code.
Correct.
Okay, so if we take option A, it seems like you're enhancing community safety versus having more of a threatening position.
I think that it does free up some time and efficiency for our front line for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I guess, first I just want to clear something up. The act is the act. I agree with many of my council colleagues. It's poorly written. It brings negative attention where it doesn't need to. It's very, very shock and awe. I guess people want to party policy way, that's what they do. They have the authority. But you've been talking about consequences. In the act under 4-4, it looks like there are consequences written into the act, $5,000 fine or imprisonment. As you're talking us through this situation, that's not the language you're using. I'm just wondering if you can clear up that discrepancy between the act and how you envision using it in Regina.
Yeah.
Just for real clarity, because I think there's two different worlds, right?
For sure. So I would suspect in most instances, we would be seizing that weapon and not laying a charge. Now, if the officers felt like a provincial charge was appropriate, obviously they would write a ticket under this legislation. There would be a court date on there. The person would go to court and then the justice could determine what the outcome would be on a finding of guilt.
Okay. A lot of today's debate comes back to authority, and of course the province has authority to alter the acts that were previous with the bear spray, changing how that can be enforced, and then providing this as a new tool for enforcement. Our authority as a council is to give direction to our police force, and then your authority is to give direction to the police service itself based on our authority. Is that kind of how the chain of command's working right now, and is that why you're using the language you're using and you put so much time into our community efforts? Why you're not really taking the language of trying to prosecute people with needles? You've paid attention to the wishes of council and the community, and you understand the needs quite eloquently and better than I do through the chair?
Absolutely. I don't see any benefit in criminalizing folks who have complex issues, who are maybe battling addiction. There is no benefit for me in seizing someone's needles who has a health issue. I don't see how going through the courts is the right avenue in order to affect change in that regard. In instances where, you know, I don't recall one, but where a needle is being used in a threatening manner, yeah, absolutely, we would seize that needle. I would say we are not planning on going into somebody's purse or backpack or whatever and taking needles away from them. I believe in harm reduction. Our service believes in harm reduction. I don't, as mentioned, I didn't write the legislation, but for us, my main area of concern is bear spray and knives.
Okay, one more question. So as the big boss and your belief in harm reduction and us, our belief in harm reduction, if there was a worker in your force that didn't believe in harm reduction and you've seen repeated instances of maybe not following the direction, is that dealt with like any other employee? He's not really following the vision, so he's not really part of the force long, or maybe extra education, or how's that dealt with?
Well, discipline is the purview of the chief of police. We do have a police act that outlines, numerous sort of offenses under the police act. One of them is disobeying an order of a superior officer. And so, yeah, obviously, if somebody is working in a manner that is not in line with the vision and direction of the service, there would be initially conversations around coaching and mentoring and getting them on track, but at some point it would result in discipline.
Okay. Just wanted to say thank you very much for all your answers today. I understand there's a tabling motion coming. I'm very, very heartened with the answers received from RPS today. I believe in harm reduction too. I don't think there's a perfect world, and Lord knows this isn't a perfect policy. But on the flip side, there's some real situations on the street that weren't there 10 years ago. And we have to try to bring some safety, not just to the residents who pay taxes, but the actual people on the street as well. Many of these instances are people on people, not a person without a home on a resident I might represent. And I think that if you're taking away weapons, a lot of times those weapons by history would have been used on one another. So I think this is important. I think you provided great information. You've provided a lot of clarity today. Being the provider of the work as well gives me enough information on how this is going to be treated, how things are dealt with and what the chain of command authority is, how management works at RPS. And I can't support the tabling motion because I think that we've engaged in quite a conversation, and I have belief in your services. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. So I will go back to Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay,
So you got about 1:40.
Okay, cool. Okay, so,
I was told to tell you that.
so we can put the motion up then? So in relation to this tabling motion, I've heard from some folks on council who just want some more time to consider this. I've heard from folks who want to have the opportunity to potentially ask questions of the provincial government who drafted this legislation. We've heard that there's other municipalities, we talked about Saskatoon, there was another example, who are maybe addressing the real problem weapons in other ways. So I think there's the opportunity to explore that. If we table this, we also have the opportunity to see how it goes in other jurisdictions who have already passed this legislation. I think some of us may already know how we feel if we have to vote today on this, but out of respect to the fact that we got this information so quickly and other colleagues have asked for more time, I think it is fair for us to table it. What I want to ask is, first of all, so there's two parts to this motion. My first question is, if we were to table this for, so it's asking for some report backs, if we were to table this for 6 months, would that give the opportunity for the administration and for the request to report back with a supplemental report from the Board of Police Commissioners? So I guess I'm looking for two responses there.
I'm just going to ask the acting city clerk to speak to it first.
Through you, Mayor. As the tabling motion and request for additional information is written, I just wanted to let members know procedurally that point number 2 is directing the city clerk to make a request to the Board of Police Commissioners to bring back this additional information. It's written that way because City Council does not have the authority to direct the Board of Police Commissioners to do work. So I will make the request on behalf of council if this does pass, but I just wanted to mention that to members so that that's understood. With that, I'll turn it over to administration, and Acting Police Chief Davies to indicate if they feel a 6-month period would be sufficient enough to report back on the direction that's outlined in this motion.
Who would like to speak first to this? I guess maybe I'll maybe go to the chief first. I guess what's your take on a 6-month time frame?
In terms of 6 months to, I guess it would depend upon what the expectation would be in terms of outlining the areas indicated in the motion. Are we talking engagement with community? Are we talking, consultation? I would just be curious in terms of what that might look like. I would say the Regina Police Service doesn't have the ability to do widespread consultation if that was the direction, but certainly I would look for more information on that. Can I give that more information?
Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
So this is just to mirror the impact sections that we have in our reports. So you could look to those to see like what those generally look like. It doesn't mean, I think administration, it's at their discretion, essentially, like when they're doing those impact sections, do they decide to do engagement or not do engagement? Sometimes they will write that they don't actually have that information, understanding that it wasn't your legislation. You may not have some of those details, and perhaps the province will give you some of that information. Maybe they won't. But the intention was to be able to consider this bylaw the way that we consider all of our bylaws, where we do have all of that, those sections for consideration. And sometimes they're more they're more thorough than others, but I think it's important that we consider bylaws in the same manner, that we have a procedure, standard procedure for considering new bylaws. That's where that came from.
At the risk of making enemies with city administration, I wonder if that is best left for city administration to weigh in on. I mean, obviously, our recommendation is to opt into the legislation. I turn to my colleagues across the table on that.
Mr. Nicol, Ms. Williams, whoever puts their hand up first.
There's no hands up. I certainly, through you, Mayor, I certainly respect where Chief Davies is coming from. I mean, as the clerk indicated, Board of Police Commissioners is autonomous. And from my understanding of what has come from the Board of Police Commissioners via this request is they've made their request. It's simple. They want council to opt in by way of a bylaw. So I'm not sure if we were to be directed to take the lead on responding in particular to number 2, those, A through F, I'm not sure that we would be doing from a particularly well-informed position. I mean, again, council is being asked by the Board of Police Commissioners to opt in by way of a bylaw, and administration in this case is merely a conduit to getting this on your agenda. I mean, we can't speak to some of this because we do not know. And maybe Ms. Williams has some other legal considerations that she in particular might want to touch on.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Through the chair, from a municipal legal perspective, if I'm speaking, which is where I speak from and the hat that I'm wearing, the risk, if there was one to the city with respect to this, to opting into this is limited. Any legal risk that the legislation would bring would be to the province. The province would be required to if the legislation was challenged, it would be at the provincial level. And I'm speaking from a constitutional issue. If the legislation was challenged from that level, which is the only thing that really happens with this type of legislation, it would be at a provincial level to defend that legislation, its constitutionality. So I would say that there's not much from a legal perspective that the city can say with respect to this. It's simply the city's drafting a bylaw, and the bylaw would really be 4 lines essentially saying that we've opted in, so.
So I guess Councillor Zakiniak, given that information, like there would be an option to table without the further information, but table to, see how things go with other municipalities and give more time to ask some other questions outside of that. But given what we've heard from both RPS and city admin, do you still want to keep this additional information, or would you want to maybe move this to a strictly table for more time?
I think I'm good with removing part 1 unless like does administration have anything to speak to in relation to impacts to programming? Like I that was sort of like a suggestion to what would be our municipal role. I don't think that there's maybe any obvious impacts to programming. Like is part 1 relevant in the eyes of administration?
Sorry, again, through the clerk, I would say no. And the reason I would say that is that really it has no impact on anything that the administration's doing, because harm reduction's widely, it's a wide definition, and nothing that the city does in terms of funding or granting would be impacted. We wouldn't be offside this legislation. It's a wide definition of what harm reduction is.
So then I actually think, so we can remove everything for part 1. What I actually think then maybe the appropriate folks to ask for part 2 is the province of Saskatchewan. We're asking the provincial government then to provide a supplemental report with those impacts. They wrote the legislation. I think it's actually them who we need that information from. Well, we can't make them, but we would request. Instead of requesting the Board of Police Chief, of Police Commissioners, I think it would be an ask to the province of Saskatchewan. And then what I'm going to suggest then is that we vote on it, part 1 about tabling it, 2 votes. 1 to table, and 2 with the request for the, so it's no longer the Board of Police Commissioners. Oh, sorry, is your suggestion, do you have an alternate suggestion? So the province of Saskatchewan, who drafted the legislation, I'd like to hear from them these impacts to the legislation.
I'm just going to go to Mr. Nicol. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect, Councillor Zakiniak, I think that is not a wise choice to request the province. They don't have to answer to us. It's their legislation. We could simply move a motion to ask the mayor on behalf of council to seek some more information, but they're not going to prepare a supplemental report for us. I mean, it might make somebody feel better, but I think it's going to be met with a guffaw over there.
So, I mean, it's like there's a reason why I'm asking that information, and because I think that it's missing. And so, but in the interest of time, we can just stick with the tabling motion, which still gives the opportunity for us individually or collectively to ask for this information. I guess I'll also note that the criminal code is actually being opened federally right now. Changes are happening in the criminal code. I will be interested to see if this passes in 6 months. Do any of those changes impact the issues that have been noted today in relation to the troubles that our police service has with dealing with dangerous weapons? So will that change any of the issues that we are currently experiencing?
Okay, and just for the timeline, 6 months is where you're looking at, so council meeting sometime in March of 2026. Does that sound right?
Yeah, sure. Is that 6 months? Sounds good to me. Okay. And so my hope is that with this extra time, it gives folks the opportunity to think about it, get the information that they need, to see how it's working, to see the impacts of the changes to the federal criminal code, and then we can revisit at that time. And then also, it is my hope that you will still be in this role as interim police chief, because I believe the approach that you are taking, I believe that that's the approach you're taking. If we end up with somebody else as police chief, I would want to know what approach they plan to take, because there is some discretion involved in the enactment of this bylaw. So I think that's an important piece too. I believe that you will do your best to ensure that it's enacted appropriately. And I certainly hope that somebody else who follows would do the
okay.
same, but I don't know.
Councillor, I think we have the tabling motion on the floor. So with that, we need a seconder for the tabling motion as presented. Councillor Fro. Okay, and with that, once ready, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on this tabling motion.
Through you, Mayor, the motion to table is lost in a vote of 5 to 6. The following voting in favor as follows: Councillor Fro, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillor Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radins, and Rasevich.
Okay, so Councillor Sickles, it'll go back to you to close debate on the main motion. So I'll, yeah. Yeah, and just to be clear, the motion on the floor is back to the original motion to opt into the legislation. So it's back to the original motion. Is there anything finally you'd like to close debate with?
No.
That's the point of information or clarity or whatever it's called.
Sure, yeah. Clear point of clarification,
Yep,
Councillor
just
Fro.
point for clarification through the chair, just because it's my first time. Just, given that we've been given 4 days to make a decision for the provincial government, if I were to abstain, because I feel I don't have the information, what does that practically do to the vote again? I'm not comfortable that I have information to make a decision of this magnitude, given that we were given 4 days. I'm just curious as to what that means.
I'll ask the clerk to speak to that.
Through you, Chair, members of council unfortunately are not able to abstain. So if you were to abstain for the vote, it would be recorded as a vote against.
So if I were to abstain out of principle, given that I don't feel I have the information to accurately make a vote, full faith in the RPS, but we quite literally were given 3.5 days, I could still do that, but that's how it would be recorded?
That's how it would be recorded, correct.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the main report.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 7 to 4. Those voting in favor are as follows: Councillor Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radins, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councillors Fro, Turnbull, Zakidniak, and Flores.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Chief, for coming today. Next, we will go to delegations for CR 25-119, the Community Nonprofit Annual Tax Exemption and Abatement Law. So I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-197, Darren Stovin. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Stovin. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions members may have for you. You can go ahead whenever you are ready.
Good evening, Honorable Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I would like to begin by acknowledging the City Council. It seems to me that you have a very difficult and important job, and I thank you for your hard work. I'm Darren Stoven, and I live less than 150 feet from the Carmichael Outreach. For those who are not familiar or may not be with the Carmichael Outreach, it's located about 3 blocks east of the downtown, just north of the General Hospital, and just south of the police station. I am requesting that the bylaw presented before you not be approved as it is. I'm experiencing significant nuisance on account of this nonprofit organization. There's garbage and food waste blanketing the property at nearly all times. And this is really unsightly and damaging to the aesthetics of the neighborhood and the city. And in my opinion, that property is in violation of the municipal bylaws. Normally there are about a dozen people loitering on the property at all times of the day or night. There could be as many as 30 or 40 people there at any given time. And inevitably, when you have this many people congregated in the same location, inevitably it's reasonably foreseeable that this is going to degrade into violence. So I'm experiencing shouting, hollering, yelling, vulgar language several times a day. And this is a nuisance. This interferes with my ability to use and enjoy my property. It's difficult to sleep at night in the summertime. If I open my windows, I'm going to be awoken. There's all kinds of violence amongst the people loitering on the property. On February 18th of this year, a man was stabbed to death. And on August 4th, I watched a young person, a female, chased from the property, and she was knocked to the ground, and she was kicked and stomped and assaulted. The property is unsafe. There's people using drugs in public on property nearly all times. I can say, and that's not an exaggeration, it sounds unreal, it's difficult to believe, but I can say with confidence that even this moment as I'm speaking, there is a person in front of the building, beside the building, adjacent to the sidewalk, smoking drugs out of a glass pipe. People inevitably will overdose. It's reasonable to foresee that people will continue to overdose on that property. When that happens, emergency vehicles respond, their sirens are wailing. It's a nuisance. It wakes me at night. People loitering on the property are injecting drugs with needles. Oftentimes, the needles are disposed on the property in an unsafe manner, and this is dangerous for children. On August 25th, a man died from a drug overdose on the property. And so, when that person's body was lying dead behind the police tape, this is unsightly and it's damaging to the aesthetics of the neighborhood. People want to feel good about where they live. And it's reasonable to foresee that in the absence of change, more people will die on that property. So the best way that I can describe this is it's like your neighbor throwing a party every day, all night. Now, if your neighbor threw a party once a month or even once a week, you might be just a little bit irritated. But if the party were occurring at all times of the day and night, a reasonable person would want it to end.
About 30 seconds left.
So, what I'm asking is the bylaw not be approved as it is. I think this is a good opportunity for the bylaw to be contingent upon an organization meeting the city bylaws before it would be eligible for a tax exemption. I really do appreciate I really do appreciate that you listening and allowing me to be heard today.
Thank you, Mr. Stoven. Okay, I'll go to any of my colleagues that have questions for you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Sylvan, I guess a quick question. So we're dealing with a couple different issues. One is kind of the neighborhood itself and what's happening in the neighborhood. Can you expand more on what you would like to see with the tax exemption bylaw in order to clean up the neighborhood?
Well, I'm focused specifically on this particular property. I feel that it's not in compliance with the municipal bylaws. I guess it's the Community Standards Act. The intent of the act is to achieve clean, safe property. And you know, I think if a person were to go and have a look at that property, most people would think that it's not clean and not safe. And so to grant, as I understand the bylaw as it's proposed, it almost looks like the exemption for these nonprofit organizations is just a blanket exemption. Now, to be fair, I wish to acknowledge the good work and the important work and the necessary work that these organizations are doing. But I think that the services need to be delivered in a manner that's respectful of the neighbors. And so, if the tax exemption were contingent upon the organizations meeting municipal bylaws, I feel that would be an incentive, like a tool in the kit, that would be helpful for achieving the goal of clean and safe property.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a comment. I know exactly.
Council will have time for questions or comments after, but this is just questions to the delegates, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what your suggestion is, in order to be applicable for a tax exemption, you have to actually demonstrate your property is kind of clean and in place for the neighborhood. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's absolutely correct and in compliance with the municipal bylaws.
Okay, thank you. It's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, through the chair. Mr. Tobin, we had a great chat the other day at the Heritage Harvest Moon Festival, and your concerns are very much valid. And in that chat, we talked a little bit about acknowledging your concerns because they're very much real. I've lived in that neighborhood, so I've had similar concerns. And I see where you're coming from. My question to you is, given that there's been work being done to remedy that, would it be okay with you, or like would it make you feel better to see how that comes up before removing funding? Because the problem might be that removing funding might make the issues worse. Is that an avenue that would be amenable to you?
Thank you, Councillor Flores, for the question. And I will say it was and is very good of you to make yourself available to residents on a Saturday afternoon to have discussions just like this. I really feel like and I really, you make such a very good point. This may be counterintuitive. If funding is withheld, that could make matters worse. I really understand that position. At the same time, I really feel like it's reasonable for an organization to meet community standards, to be compliant with the bylaws in order to receive favor.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sickleys, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, what work is being done to correct this?
So we can ask those questions of admin. You'll have a chance to ask questions of admin for that
Okay.
part of it. So this is just for Mr. Stoven right now.
Well, can I ask if our guest knows what's been done to enforce the bylaws in the past, from his perspective?
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Is that okay?
Certainly, thank you for the good question. It's my understanding that there have been numerous submissions to the bylaw department, and I'm sure that I'm confident that the city bylaw officers do the very best they can. I see bylaw officers in the neighborhood regularly, but at the same time, I don't see any change in the nuisance of the property in question. So I just don't see the matter being resolved.
I want to defer to our resident expert here, my colleague, Councillor Flores, but I do have a couple questions on, has Carmichael Outreach actually done some outreach in the community and had an information night or evening where you might have given them your concerns directly?
Thank you for the question. To the best of my knowledge, there has been no such formal consultation as that. Now, I will bring up the Good Neighbor Agreement at this point in time. When the Carmichael Outreach was approved for that location, it was somewhat controversial, and they entered into a Good Neighbor Agreement, a contract. It was written, and it's just what it sounds. They agreed to be good neighbors. One of the clauses in that agreement was to allow for communication with residents to allow for formal consultation. More specifically, I personally have spoken with the organization twice and written letters, much to the effect of what I'm describing right now. Ultimately, what I am seeking from their organization is that the picnic tables and the turf and the planters on the exterior of the building be removed. And I would like to see them engage security 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to not only discourage, but to prohibit loitering. I feel that these nuisance issues, these violence issues that we are seeing stem largely from the gathering of a large number of people loitering. So yes, I've spoken with them. And I don't see any change.
Gotcha. Well, it's a bit of a catch-22. You know that the taxation exemption is 95% of their property taxes. You know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a big amount of money. And just wondering if it might be a bit harsh to go after the organization for all that money that they're going to have to pay as tax after. What do you think they're going to have left over to help pay for 24-hour security?
It is such a great question, and I come before, and let me say, so let me put some numbers behind this just a little bit to the best I can. As far as I know, the exemption would be in the neighborhood of about $10,000. Their budget, if I'm not mistaken, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million. And 24-hour security, I don't know what that would cost. Would it be in the neighborhood of $200,000? 20% of their operating budget. Well, I fully recognize the magnitude of what I am asking. But what is the value of a life? And so I have the greatest of empathy for people who are suffering with drug use issues. And I feel very badly for people that don't have a place to stay. So I come here before you with this request with mixed emotions.
Yeah. Thank you for your answers.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Actually, Councillor Stichlis looked after my line of questioning. Thank you, sir. I forgot my mic was on.
No problem at all. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Stoven. You can return to the gallery. So just a reminder, we'll start doing the readings of the bylaw, and if members have questions, it'll be at second reading that you'll have the opportunity to ask any questions for administration. So we'll now consider bylaws number 2025-58, the Community Nonprofit Annual Tax Exemption and Abatement Bylaw 2025. And I'll ask Deputy Mayor Rasevich to do first reading of the bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number 2025-58 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously with all members present voting in favor. Councillor Fro has left the meeting.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flores, that bylaw number 2025-58 be read a second time.
Okay, if any members have questions, this is the time to ask. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the chair, to administration, I guess the question would be, I'm going to say fairer of Mr. Sylvan, what he brought to the table. We're about to give a tax exemption to someone that's not keeping their property up, according to what the neighborhood is, but then we're also looking at the other side of the equation, and we're going to have imposed levies against unsightly properties that are coming up. So is there any kind of balancing that we could do to say, you know, there's tax exemption out there providing you keep your property and your standards to what is expected of the community?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would say at this time, this bylaw is just specifically to award these tax exemptions for next year. That would be something we'd have to consider at another time, whether we wanted to tie multiple bylaws together.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair, just to follow up on that, at the policy with respect to this tax exemption bylaw does require the area to review the applicants who apply and ensure that they are in compliance with city bylaws at that time. At this stage in the game with respect to the bylaw itself is simply approving the organizations that have been approved already through that policy. So this is just the bylaw stage, and this is simply just to approve the organizations that have been approved. But they are required to apply for this tax exemption, and they are reviewed through that process, and they are required to meet those city bylaws at that time. And so that's at that outset, and it's for however long that tax exemption is for. It's a year, and they're reviewed every year. So I would say that process does happen, and then if there are throughout the year, violations of the bylaw, or people complain, or there's concerns, that does go through the bylaw complaint process, and those would be addressed. If it was at, a property issue at that property, it would be with that. But I think a lot of the concerns that the delegation has raised are actually with respect potentially to individuals, which isn't the response. Like, that's just what individuals are doing on that property, but that's not the responsibility of Carmichael. That would be an individual at the property that might be obviously a vulnerable individual and struggling and sitting outside the property, but that's not a Carmichael responsibility.
Isn't it the owner of the property to ensure the property is kept up to the standards expected within the community?
Go ahead.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, so yes, Carmichael Outreach has to be in good standing in order to qualify this. They are in good standing. While there have been bylaw complaints regarding the property, there's no open orders, meaning they met the criteria of this policy. The Community Standards Department responds to all service requests and takes action according to normal enforcement protocols.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Stovan's not wrong in terms of how he feels as a neighbor. As I mentioned, I lived in that neighborhood as well. But I don't think that is necessarily a question of whether or not we approve this tax exemption. I think it reflects the unaddressed needs of the community. And as it was mentioned, because of the service that is provided there, it is very tough for them to control every person that goes around it, right? So I think it's important to understand that there are conversations happening. I think this is something that's ongoing. I recently had a meeting with a number of folks in relation to this. So I think to answer some of the questions that would have come up, is it's an ongoing thing, but maybe if I could have administration share some information about whether or not we are involving in consultation, and if we connect with them in relation to the concerns that the community brings forward.
I'm just gonna quickly, just looking at the time here, I'm just gonna look to see if I can get a motion to waive our 15-minute break. Councillor Zakiniak, seconder. Councillor Sikleys, any opposed? Okay, carried, and I'll go to admin to answer Councillor Flores, who would like to answer. Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Bashinsky. So while the topic before us is related to tax exemption, but I think what you're speaking to, Councillor Flores, is some of the work that we've been doing in conjunction or in collaboration with the Good Neighbor Plan and the Regina Street team, as well as the expansion of the Regina Street team, the expansion of some of our city services that were approved by council when we brought the shelter report back in July. If you'll recall, within that report, we requested additional funds, et cetera, to help scope out some of these issues and concerns in the neighborhood.
Thank you. And you're very much correct. I mean, the topic at hand right now, it is the approval of this bylaw for this tax exemption. And I fully acknowledge that, but having a delegate bring forward his concerns in relation of living in that area, I think it's important for us to acknowledge that that is very much real. But I really want to make sure that we see that as an issue that is related to unaddressed community needs, not necessarily us giving away funds, or whether or not more enforcement of or clawing back or holding funds would change that. I don't think that's the case. So I just want to share that as the counselor for that area. I am very aware of many of the issues that are in the area, and I think it's important for us to start addressing them. But I do want to acknowledge the work that Carmichael's doing and the tough reality that they have, because they deal with such a complex issue. So as we speak to this specific issue at hand, which is the bylaw, I want to make sure that we also keep in mind that the issues that Mr. Stillman brought forward are very much real, very much something I agree with, cannot be resolved by not providing this type of support. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Sikleys, go ahead.
I don't want to butt in on my colleague's turf. I want her to come up with the solutions. But I might say just a couple things. I mean, if this is what we want in our city, and this is the price, ticked off neighbors. Now, we hear, you read something that says they're, all good, but, can we expect a little more? I don't know. You have the discussions, you tell us. I'm willing to wait to hear for a solution. But although it can't be perfect, this is something that will never be 100% solved, I would suspect. So tell us how we can get close, and we'll support you in doing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sikleys. Okay, I don't see any further questions. So, So administration was informed that the organization at 462 Alexander Street has vacated the property and withdrawn their application. Therefore, an amendment to this bylaw is required to remove this address. So that would be, so can I have someone move the following amendment, that section 41.1 be removed from this bylaw? Thank you, Councillor Burton, and a seconder, Councillor Flores. Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to that at all? Okay, any questions on the amendment? Again, we're just removing a section where an organization has moved or vacated the property and withdrawn their application. Okay. Councillor Burton, you're good to close? Okay. And I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And now I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaw as amended. Councillor Sickles and Bezo.
Through you, Mayor, the second reading of the bylaw as amended is carried unanimously.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Adams, that bylaw number 2025-58 go to the third reading at this meeting.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
We're getting there.
Councillor Sickles? I promise we're close.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw as amended is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakiniak, that bylaw number 2025-58 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of the bylaw as amended is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we will now consider bylaws number 2025-57, number 2025-24, number 2025-60, number 2025-57, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw 2025 number 16, bylaw number 2025-24, the revitalization incentive policy tax exemption for 2333 Scarth Street bylaw 2025, and bylaw number 2025-60, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 4. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Rasevich to do the first reading of the bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number...
Hold on one second.
I'm going to have to recuse myself for bylaw with 2333 Scarth Street.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You just need to... Okay, we can pull that particular one out and do it separately.
Okay, that'd work.
As opposed to, and then that way you don't have to recuse yourself for all the
Okay.
bylaw readings. Okay, so we will not consider bylaw number 2025-24. That's the one for 2333 Scarth Street bylaw. So that one will be removed and done separately. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do the others first, and then you'll be able to recuse yourself for the after that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll ask Deputy Mayor Rasevich to do first reading of the bylaws as indicated.
Okay. I move, second by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number 2025-57, number 2025 no, sorry. Because we're leaving that one out. Yeah, the 24.
We're doing 57 and 60.
Yeah, okay, sorry, so I'll go again. I move, second by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number 2025-57 and number 2025-60 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the two bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do second reading of those bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flores, that bylaw number 2025-57 and number 2025-60 be read a second time at this meeting.
Thank you. Does any member have questions for those? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the two bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, that bylaw number 2025-57 and number 2025-60 go to a third reading at this meeting.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the two bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do final reading of those bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaw number 2025-57 and number 2025-60 be read a third time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Bezo, I'll just get you to explain your conflict for the public.
Yes, I will be recusing myself for bylaw 2025-2024 for 233 Scar Street for the condo corporation, as my corporation has been recently engaged with contract services.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Bezo. I'll wait until you recuse yourself. Thank you. Okay, so we will now consider bylaw number 2025-24. That's the revitalization incentive policy tax exemption for 2333 Scar Street bylaw. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor Rasevich to do first reading for that bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that number 2025-2024 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion, or not the motion, the first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flores, that bylaw number 2025-24 be read a second time at this meeting.
Do members of council have questions for that bylaw? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do consent for third reading of that bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, that bylaw number 2025-24 go to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Rasevich, can you please do final reading of that bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakiniak, that bylaw number 2025-24 be read a third time.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sickleys was first, and a seconder. Councillor Radens, any opposed? And carried. Thank you, everybody.